mind. And so I want to get that out there, because when people would say it to me, I would almost get offended. But then I learned what it actually was, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see where you're going with it.
Thank you so much for clarifying what I was trying to say. And I remember having this conversation with my daughter, and I said, it really just drives me crazy that, we've come up with these terms, and we use these terms to where, let's say that we determined that autism was right here on the spectrum. Like, okay, we drew a line on the spectrum. Everyone to the right has autism, everyone on the left doesn't. Well, what about the person that's one to the left? And they're told, oh, you're quote, quote, normal, you should be fine. And then the person that's one to the right of that line, I hate these terms. I don't think they do anyone any good. Yes, I know that there are some people out there that can absolutely get some assistance and really life-changing either assistance or medication. And I understand as human beings we have to draw a line, but I just hate the thought that because of where we arbitrarily drew a line, the kid on the left and right of that line is going to be negatively affected. So again, I just hate that. I'm so glad you said what you said, that this term, I just hate that we draw a line in this spectrum. Everyone to the right is, quote, normal. Everyone to the left has autism. I hate it so bad, I want to get rid of it.
And whenever you hear about these spectrums or these meters or whatever it is, just remember two things. One, just like a lot of studies that are out there, there's almost always somebody with something to gain by the study or the spectrum saying a certain thing, i.e. pharmaceutical companies like we talked about before. So just remember, it's probably not super accurate for that reason, but also remember too that humans are usually the ones that create these things. Not usually, they're always the ones that create these things. And because of that, it's never going to be perfect anyway.
And with 8 billion people on the planet, the variety of personal traits is endless. It's endless. And so I hate this drawing a line. Everyone to the left is this, everyone to the right is this. It's such an ugly, clumsy way to look at it, but that's how we are as humans. We form groups, we make groups, we draw lines. I just hate that we do it. So let's just keep talking about the positives of this, and I'll rant and rave somewhere else.
And look, you know what? There's positives and negatives to all of it. And if you are somebody who is absolutely ADD or ADHD, I got people on my channel because I've gotten tons of correspondence from people who are full-blown autistic, from people with Asperger's. Let that shit fly. That is who you are. The sooner you come to grips with it is the sooner you can actually know what to do about it and leverage a lot of this stuff to your advantage, which we're going to talk about today. But if you're unsure if you have it, I can talk about the traits, at least personally, because a lot of these traits apply to me. And Rob doesn't think this applies to him as much, but he has some good examples to interject here as well. But I'm going to start with the obvious, and that is the difficulty focusing. We talked in the Smart Kid episode how people who are lateral thinkers, their brains don't go straight down the line where they need to go when you're learning something or doing something or tying your shoes. They go in all different directions because that's just how we're wired. And I think ADD embodies a lot of this too, and that's why we just can't hyper focus in on most things. The exceptions, which really kind of makes me question this, Rob, is if it's something that we're really interested in, then we hyper focus in to where our brains are just like supercomputers, to where we can focus in like nobody else, but only on that narrow band of things that we really take interest in. When it comes to literally everything else, we can't just suck it up and do the things we need to do. Our brains just simply won't allow it.
Yeah, I've noticed that there's a real disinterest outside of the things that you're really focused on. And look, this is like everything in life. It's advantages and disadvantages. And some of us have stronger characteristics than others in a whole bunch of different metrics that we take a look at. But we just have to look and see who we are. We all were born with some genetics, some good, some bad. We all went through some life experience, some good, some bad. And we right now are the totality of all of those things in this moment in time. Now, look, a lot of our trading psychology podcast has been about rewiring a lot of those things that you don't really like or that you want to change. But who you are right here, right now, is a totality of everything that's happened in your life with your genetic code, period. It is what it is. You got advantages and disadvantages. Let's move on from labels and let's just get into actually using them to become better traders.
But for the sake of describing these traits, Rob, I do want to put a label on the one person that you put on the outline as a really good example. Now, the question is, ADD or ADHD is probably there. When we talk about that spectrum, how far over is this guy? Because the way he was portrayed in the movie and the way he is real life on Twitter, it is pretty accurate, I would say. And that person is Michael Berry from the Big Short movie. Somebody who was brilliant in his own right and was able to come up with things that almost most of the world just never, ever saw and completely disbelieved and turned out to be right in the end after a long period of just completely eating shit for a good year or so. Where, I don't know, I hate to ask this question because we both hate the actual spectrum so much, but where would you put this guy? And how would you describe his own type of ADD?
I will use his own words. As he had a kid, and his kid was diagnosed with Asperger's at the time, which I know now they've pretty much gone away from that term. But he saw a lot of the traits of his child that they were noticing was traits of his. And so he figured he probably had Asperger's, which is on the autism spectrum. But just like anything, this gives him the ability, and you've been using the term lateral thinking, and I think this is the greatest showcase of lateral thinking, is that you're able to see things that other people don't see. You're able to look at so big picture that most people couldn't even get there to even comprehend what this guy saw in 2006 and 2007. So this lateral thinking is like a superpower. It's like a superpower that gives him the advantage to see something other people just can't see. That being said, very wide lateral thinking also means you probably have a very hard time in implementing things. And you can see that he didn't have the patience to wait. He got in very early. He sat through a whole bunch of pain. Ultimately, he was very right in the end and made a ton of money for being right in the end. But do you see how that big lateral thinking probably hurt him in the implementation of putting in his system and his plan?
I think it played a part. I don't think the movie did a great job of illustrating just how. But yeah, I think the actual implementation could have been handled a lot better. But yeah.
And then we look at the other side of linear thinking. So this is the hyperfocus of ADHD. All of a sudden, you're now hyper-focused to where you literally can't even see anything outside of what you're focusing on. And this is its other, again, real advantage. I mean, can you imagine having that kind of focus and developing systems and being able to just dive into something to where nothing else in the world matters and everything you're doing is you're so present. And again, this allows you, it's a superpower. It allows you to do these wonderful things. But it's also a disadvantage in the fact that you might get blindsided by the big picture stuff because you're so in the weeds that you don't have the opportunity to take a look back and say, oh, wait, maybe there's something I don't see because you're just so laser focused on what you're doing. So look, the cannot focus and hyper focus, in my opinion, they're both superpowers and kryptonite.
Yep, and at the end of the day, Michael Burry wasn't crazy. He was just early. But moving on, I do know that the way that doctors always described it to me is, we have two sides of our brains, obviously the left side and the right side. And I don't know which one it is. It's probably the left, but it's moving faster than the right side is. For people who don't have this, both sides are usually moving at the same speed. But for ADD kids, one is usually faster than the other. And the medication they would give you was built to regulate the speed at which both sides operate. And so I just want to put a little PSA out there. There were two main types. There was Ritalin and there was Adderall. Ritalin, I've heard, is not that great for you in the long term, causes side effects. I did not experience it. I took it for a good couple years. It was the best thing I ever put in my body. It was amazing. But I realized that I couldn't rely on it forever. So I eventually kind of phased it out of my own system. Now with Adderall, that stuff stuck around. I'm not sure you can even get Ritalin anymore, but you can Adderall. It's still very, very popular, especially with the younger generations. Problem is, it's got meth in it, and they've pretty much traced back the majority of methamphetamine users to kids who used to take Adderall at some point. And so if it is something you enjoy currently, I would do whatever you can to get yourself off of it. One, because it's not going to be there forever. Two, you can really go overboard with it. Three, it is the root cause of meth addiction later in life. And once you're there, meth addiction is pretty much terminal for most people. It just is. And that's not a pretty place. So now that I've said that, moving on to the issues this actually has with trading. We've alluded to it a little bit already, Rob. And the problem with trading is it does require focus. So that can be a bit of a problem, no?
Yes, there are some certain tasks that you have to be able to complete, like a journal. Like you have to be able to do journaling. Journaling was very difficult for me at first, not because of ADD, but maybe it is. Maybe that's why I had such a hard time journaling. So I had to figure out a way to journal in spite of everything about me hated journaling. So I actually went to paying someone to download all my statements and put it into a journal. I did that for a little bit of time. And then once they got to where you could just automatically download your trades and throw it into a journal, then all of a sudden I can do that. And so I just put something on the end of every month, download journal, download it, throw it in, and my journal is up to date. Obviously, in the beginning, you want to be a little bit more interactive with your journal, writing a lot of your personal thoughts at the moment. But again, find a way that you can do that. Some people like to write by hand. One of the coolest things in one of our trading summits that we have every year, one of our traders had this notepad that she was writing on. And I was so interested in it because I also like technology. And it was called a remarkable tablet. And you wrote handwritten notes. But this tablet took those handwritten notes and basically turned it into a digital worksheet and digital notes. It was really cool. Have you ever seen that before, Patrick?
I'm seeing it with AI nowadays, forms of that, but before that I did not know.
So I was talking to our trader and she's like, I just can't do like spreadsheets. I can't do Excel, like something in my brain. I have to hand write it out. So she was able to get this device. It was pretty expensive. I looked into it, about $500 or $600. But she was able to write out handwritten notes, and it basically put it into Excel spreadsheets for it to be usable. I just thought it was a really great way to identify something about yourself that you can't do, and then figure out a way that you can still accomplish that task with a use of technology, hiring someone else, some way to where you can actually get that task done.
Yeah, so a few things on that. One, and anybody who knows me and my channel this is gonna be a repeat of what I say all the time. But yeah, journaling is probably the single most important thing you need to do. On top of that, it's probably the single most important thing you need to do that does not get done by 98% of traders out there. And why don't we want to do it? Well, as Mr. ADD and ADHD over here can tell you, we don't want to do it. It's not part of trading that interests us. It's extra work, and on top of that, like we talked about in the Smart Kid episode, we don't think we have faults. We don't want to be told, or we don't want to expose the fact that we've done something dumb, possibly. And that's the most important part of your journal, is that comments section that says what you've done wrong. So you can go back and you can see over time if you're writing in that comments section more, or if you're writing in it less, and if you're learning from the same mistakes, or if you're making completely new ones. Like, you need this information. It's so vital, but it's an extra step that doesn't involve making money or risk, so it's not exciting to us, and it's just not fun, and it exposes our weakness. And so there's so many reasons why people just simply don't want to do it. I will say, Rob, you mentioned that lady in your example. This is something women have no problem with. Women love the journaling side of things. And I agree, they probably like doing it more old school. They like, writing in a journal or a diary. They like scrapbooking, not digitally, like, manually, not really, not doing it online. They like that old school type stuff. I guess their brains are just wired to do things like that. And in this particular situation, that's great. I don't have a whole lot of problem with women traders, skitzing off the rails. It's always guys. And I think this journaling piece is a really, really good example.
Well, our entire Trading Psychology podcast is really built upon just a few key points. Number one, recognize, be self-aware of the things you don't do well. That's the biggest part of this entire journey that we've gone on for all of these episodes is, hey, here's a problem. Can you identify it in yourself? Can you really look inside yourself? Okay, is this a problem? If so, here's what you can do to fix it. Same thing here. Let's say you identify as, okay, I have ADD or ADHD, or I have something that is giving me a disadvantage in trading. Okay, the first thing you want to do is stop fighting it. Stop fighting it. If you have a hard time focusing, okay, don't try to change that about yourself. You'll never be successful doing it. Let's think about ways that you can focus on trading. And so you take the things that you are really interested in, that you probably hyper-focus on, put your time in that, and figure out ways that you can do all the other tasks with either some help from someone else, from technology, anything you can do to get that done. That's really the whole basis of our Trading Psychology podcast, is identify it and figure out how to fix it with creative ways, not just discipline.
And so that's a perfect lead into the solutions part of this episode. And these solutions are going to be maybe solutions you've heard before, maybe in the Smart Kid episode, because I really do think they apply. And as much as I would like to add in another one that we've never heard before, I think it would probably be disingenuous to do that, because I think these are the perfect solutions for the problem at hand. And the first one, Rob, is what we talked about before. And when it comes to building a system, I think a lot of people get stuck in the weeds, because even though they're probably interested in putting indicators together, for example, there's a certain level of focus that kind of has to be there. And if it's not, then the process is going to take a very long time, and you're not going to get anywhere. So maybe just keep it really basic and then go trade with that. On demo, of course. I left that part out in the Smart Kid episode. I should have said that. But get your reps in and learn in real time the money management and trading psychology side with a totally half-assed system. And then you can do that in real time, and then off to the side, then you can play mad scientist and allow your brain to go in every direction it needs to go to, and find obscure indicators and put them together and try to find that secret sauce. All the while you're making money, because as Rob's Flat Earth Trading Society video showed, even a really super basic system, if done right from money management and psychology standpoints, is going to make money. That's the side benefit, though, is you getting those reps in and that experience and all that other intangible stuff that's really hard to put into words. It's just something you need to do. But at least you're doing it. You're not getting stuck in the weeds. You're not getting stuck in this whole mind jumble of things you need to do just to put a simple system together when the rest of the world's already done it and they're miles ahead of you because they're not overthinking it.
Patrick, I don't think I've ever said this before in any of our episodes. I know I tend to repeat myself a lot, but what always blew me away is people that spent all this time building a system, demo trading it, and then they went and live trade it, and they deviated. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, the point of trading it is to see if it actually works in real time. And for you to deviate from that system, like you just threw away months of work because you decided to not have a stop on that one, or on this one you decided to do something different. It never made sense to me of how someone could go through building a system and then below the position management. It's because their objective was to make money. And the objective should have been prove that the system works.
It's because the psychology is different. Demo trading psychology is different than real money psychology, is different than funded psychology. They're three completely different things, and we can get a bunch of experience in one, but then when we get to the next level, we have no experience there, and we have to learn the same stupid mistakes over and over and over. And I really try hard through this podcast and through my videos to lessen this curve. But if you're wondering why it happens, I'm telling you, that's the reason why. I thought I was bulletproof by the time I got to Maverick. But I've told the story before. I almost traded my way out of Maverick. Why? Because I was worried about what you guys were thinking about me and my trading. Truth be told, you have almost 1,000 traders. You didn't really give a shit what I was doing. You did, but it's not like you were sitting there looking the whole time. But
we cared about your net results, not your day-to-day stuff. We could care less.
Yeah, and even if I knew that, it would have still wreaked havoc with me because now you're on stage in front of other people. It's no longer just you. And that is a transition. It's hard to put into words. I've tried really hard on my videos, but that is your reasoning why. And maybe if you have something like ADD and your mind is constantly in hyperdrive like that, maybe it's accelerated. Maybe it's worse when these transitions happen. So the sooner you can come up with solutions, I think the better. Now, we came up with one, and that is just have a really basic system and just start using it and get those reps in. You need those reps anyway. The sooner you start, the better. That's going to get you caught up in a hurry. The other one, and we talked about this in the Smart Kid episode too, Rob, was maybe you should just automate. Maybe your brain is going in so many different directions and it's going so fast that trading, especially on a big stage, discretionary trading to where you're handling most of the levers, just isn't for you. And that's fine. You can use your big, crazy brain to build a big, wonderful system. But when it's time to put it in motion, you should just kind of let it do what it needs to do. And if automating it is the only way to keep your craziness out of it, well, then that is an option. Might not be the most optimal option in the world. We talked about this in an episode called Why Not Just Automate? But it can still be really, really good, Rob. I mean, you have a lot of traders at Maverick that have automated systems, and they do a great job, don't they?
They do, and I think this is just a great solution to an issue. And again, as I said earlier, all of us are going to have issues. ADD, ADHD, autism, whatever it is, we're all going to have our deficiencies. And the whole point of this podcast is to fix those deficiencies, thinking outside of the box of, I just got to be more disciplined. Stop doing that trick. Stop thinking that's going to fix anything. You are who you are, like it or not. So again, look for technology. As you just said, automate. Look for technology. Look for other people. So let's say you've got this great brain that's scattered. It's scattered and you have a hard time focusing in on like the implementation. Go on to like Fiverr or just go on to any trading forum and ask for help with coding. Like if, let's say you can't focus on coding, you just don't like it, you can't focus on it. Get someone else to do your coding for you. They code it, you test it, you send it back the changes you want. Get some help with technology, other people, because trying to do it through discipline is only going to lead you to failure, and then you're going to feel really bad about yourself. So again, use technology, use other people, be aware of the problem, all the things that we talk about to fix this.
But only use it as a last resort. If you know that you have a certain condition that just does not allow you to do this the way most people do it, and you've already given it a real go, and you're just still constantly frustrated for those reasons, at that point, you want to automate. Automation is not a catch-all solution for bad psychology. That was the main message we tried to get across in that automation episode. But it is definitely a solution and can be a very good one. At the end of the day, you just want to make money and make consistent money. And you can still have your cake and eat it too by letting the actual A to Z, step-by-step trading part become automatic, and then you still building a better mousetrap off to the side. This to me, if you really can't handle the actual trading part because your brain just can't focus in, or you're constantly having problems with this, it's a good way to go, man. I think you can still utilize all the benefits, and that's what it really comes down to with things like ADD, autism, Asperger's, is finding the things you're really good at, taking the things you're not good at and farming those out, whether it's automation or whether it's somebody else, and then quadrupling down on those things that you are uniquely set up to do really well.
I think in our automation video, we talked about this is not a binary thing. Either you automate or you don't. What we're really talking about is automation is you can automate 10% of your system. You can automate 4% of your system, 52% of your system. And what Patrick and I both said is we don't like 100% automation. The idea that, we just code it once and we never have to do anything again. That's a lie. But look, automation is just a way to take things you're not good at and make it systematic so you can work on the things that you're good at. So as Patrick said, we're all on the spectrum. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Let's just be creative and actually think of real ways to fix these problems. Use other people, use automation, use anything you have at your disposal. But again, stop beating yourself up over it. It's really great when you can accept it and just work on solutions.
And that's it, man. These things can be heaven or hell depending on how you decide to play it. Because make no mistake, you have these little, quote, afflictions that people talk about. They can be absolute superpowers if you want them to be, and if you put them in the right slots. That's the one thing that really took me a long time to learn. I mentioned this in the Smart Kid episode we did before. So hopefully we can get you guys there a lot sooner than later. But on that note, thank you everybody from all ends of the spectrum joining us here on the Trading Psychology Podcast. Rob and I will both see you in the next episode. This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every week, 2025 ain't got nothing on him. It's Rob Reinhold.
Watch out, 2025. Here I come.
And we're coming at you with a New Year's episode. Rob and I are actually shooting this on New Year's Day. You guys will obviously get it a couple weeks later, most likely. And but I guess before we start, Rob, do you have any New Year's resolutions this year? I guess we should ask that question.
I'm not really big on New Year's resolutions. And one of the things that always annoys me is, I love to go to the gym. I've always loved to go to the gym. And that first week or two of the new year, or even the first month, when everyone's there, and I love that everyone's like, okay, I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to get fit. I'm going to get in shape. And then we all know that by February, pretty much the gym is like it was in December. So I'm not a huge believer in resolutions, and I don't have any for this year, but I got to tell you one funny one I did a few years ago. I love new experiences. I love surprises. And I told my wife, I said, look, here's my New Year's resolution. This year you can sign me up for anything. You don't have to tell me in advance. You just have to tell me, 30 minutes before, oh, by the way, let's go. We're going here. And she did not take full advantage of it. We definitely did some things that I would have never done before, but it was really fun. So I don't have any resolutions for this year, and I don't care about that. Life shouldn't really change for me at all come January 1st.
Yeah, if your wife's a kind person, I would have been a dick and signed you up for Scientology or something like that.
I would have loved that.
Would have been an experience. So for me, I almost never have New Year's resolutions either, but because I measure my performance every year by year's end, this year, 2025, I will exclusively be trading Forex on the weekly chart. I have had to interrupt my trading a lot this past year because of travel and because of work and family matters. I have more travel in my future this year. So it just makes sense. And I'm really interested to see if there's going to be a marked difference in performance to the upside or the downside. Don't know. But that's going to be mine, I think.
Yeah, I think pairing that with a pyramiding strategy could be really awesome. I mean, you could catch, you're going to catch probably 20, 30 setups a year, but some of those could be huge winners.
Yeah, I've more or less done this with metals already, and you can catch some real winners there too. And if you look at a chart of the DXY, if you're into classic technical analysis, it is breaking out of a 2-year range. So that should bode well for Forex traders on the whole. But anyway, back to the New Year's resolutions episode. Rob, this is your brainchild. So just, I guess, go ahead and start anywhere, and I'll just jump in where I feel like I should jump in.
Thanks, Patrick. When I put this together, I remember thinking, okay, we've got lots of different listeners, lots of people in different areas of their trading experience. So I really wanted to talk about resolutions. And look, I'm not crazy about resolutions, but I love deadlines. I love deadlines. Deadlines for me are the way for me to consistently be checking things off my list. And checking things off the list means progress. And that's to get to a goal. Your goal is simply a list of 100 things. So if your end goal is I want to be a professional trader, making X amount of dollars per year, whatever it is your end goal, all that is 100 steps to get there. I like deadlines much more than resolutions because resolutions give you this, well, I'll get to it when I can, or it's just a good feeling of, hey, I'm going to do this. A deadline says, no, get your ass in gear and get this done. So I really was thinking about different people that are listeners and where they are. So really, let's go through, break everyone up into 3 groups. I'm going to put people that are fairly new to this, people that have been doing this for 0 to 2 to 3 years. I want to talk about some of the resolutions or some of the deadlines you set for yourself. And then I want to talk about the intermediate group, which is, 3 to 7 years. And then the experienced group, 7 years plus. So for the newbies, I think the first thing you have to understand is that as a new trader, it's an engineering problem first. We've always said this in this podcast, is trading is an engineering problem first, and then it's a psychological problem second. So you have to do the system building. So if you are still working on your system, you're still perfecting your system, look, that's great. That is your primary job as a new trader, is to build the system, back test it, demo trade it, all those things to get you going. But one of the episodes, the first episodes we did, Patrick, you asked me about demo trading, and I said, I hate it. I hate it. I don't think it should be done. Now look, for me, the reason why demo trading should be, you can get used to clicking the right buttons. That's it. Just so you are good at putting in orders, just so you can understand how everything works. Outside of that, it's all about psychology. So if you're a fairly new trader building your system, at some point you've got to go live. And when you go live is when the psychological lessons start. Patrick, do you remember that process? First time you went live and you thought you had everything down?
Oh, yeah. And then you quickly realize you don't. Yeah, I think everybody probably remembers the first time they went live and just the rush of excitement and fear and anticipation that just comes over you when you got real money on the line and you're sitting there watching it go up and down, which we've talked about before. You should not do, but it doesn't stop you from doing it, So yeah, I would agree with this methodology as well. You really have to get, and I'm more of a demo trading advocate than you are, but either way, you got to get your reps in. I would say more importantly than anything, do what we warned against a couple episodes ago and spend too much time building a system. Just get something that works fairly well and do what Rob said. Get in there and get your reps in terms of how to manage the day-to-day, what buttons to click. Make all your goofy, oops, I clicked the wrong button, or I went long when I should have gone short. Make all those mistakes now. So as soon as you stop making those basic rudimentary mistakes, then it probably is time to go live and get your reps in, even if it's a small account, even if there's a good chance you're going to blow it. Look, it's going to pay dividends down the road, and it's just something we all have to do.
I wish back in the day when I got started back in the 90s that trading psychology was even a thing. No one even talked about it. It wasn't even a thing. So you thought that you were ready for trading because you had back tested and you had demo traded and you were profitable. And so you jumped in, you started trading live, and you couldn't stick to a rule, 10 out of 10 times. You couldn't seem to do it right. And there was no idea that there was an entire other part of trading, which is trading psychology, and how big of a part of trading it actually is. So if you are a new trader and you are in this developing stage, I think it's so wonderful that you can actually prepare for the coming storm, because that's what's going to happen. It will absolutely be a storm. And when market volatility hits and you're new at this, boy, your emotions are going to be going crazy. So this is where I wish I could have known about this stuff before I actually started clicking buttons with live money, to where I knew, number one, what is my trading psychology profile? What am I most likely to do? I could have probably figured out that I was going to be an overtrader before I even started clicking buttons. I wish I would have known that, hey, Rob, watch out. You have a tendency to be an overtrader. Then I actually could have possibly cut down on some of my mistakes early on. I mean, I still would have had to make them and still would have had to learn how to overcome them. But I wasn't even aware that I was an overtrader until about 2 or 3 years into it. Patrick, did you have anything like that where, when you finally saw it, you're like, oh my gosh, of course I was going to do that. But you were already 2 to 3 years in before you even figured it out?
That's a really good question. I don't know how much I saw in hindsight as opposed to what I saw really happening in real time. Like we've talked about on the show here, my biggest thing was talking myself out of trades, especially after a loss, because I didn't want to take another loss. And so I was already aware that this was a problem. I guess what I would really see in hindsight was the end of the year results and how much better I could have done had I just not made those mistakes. I think because like I just got done talking about, I measure my results year over year. So it's a bit of a humbling experience when you do that early, especially, and you realize, one, you have a really, really long way to go. But I think it also helps you reflect back on your mistakes more, because that's how you're going to get better, is by eliminating those mistakes. And you make a lot of them in that first year.
And now you have such a great advantage over us older traders that you can actually prepare for that stuff. At Maverick, we put together a trading psychology test where you go and take it, and it tells you this is what you are likely to be good at, this is what you are likely to struggle with. Then you can actually start to build in systems, psychological systems, along with your technical systems to keep you out of that kind of trouble. So I think that is just such a benefit for new traders getting into the business today, is that trading psychology is something you start to learn right at the beginning, not something that you learn after you've effed it up for a year or two. So I think just such a benefit, and I love that we now have stuff like this podcast and other creators are making things, because it now is both. You have to learn your technicals and your psychology. All right, well, let's move now into the intermediate group. So the intermediate group is the people that have, been trading for a while, got their systems down. Okay, so things are still running, but you probably aren't perfect yet. And look, no one's perfect. It's just like with Alcoholics Anonymous. Once you are an alcoholic, you are always an alcoholic. And every single day, even if you have been clean and sober for 20 years, the next day is still going to be something you have to do. So let's talk about that intermediate group who's still probably making some mistakes. So I think that's a good time. The thing that I do like about year's end and resolutions is, just like you said, Patrick, you measure your progress year to year. And I love that. So I think it's a really good time to look backwards. Look backwards on what you did in 2024, run your numbers, but identify where those trading mistakes happened. Now, your job is to figure out why they happened. Now, there is a reason why they happened. And hopefully, and I know, Patrick, you are all about this, hopefully you've written it down in your journal why it actually happened, because it's going to be very difficult for you in January to look back on a trade you made last February and say, hey, why did I get out of that trade early? It's going to be impossible for you to even figure that out. So go back through that column and see, was there something that kept popping up 3, 4, 5 times this last year? And then that's going to tell you, oh, this is my kryptonite. This is my pattern. How do I possibly make it to where this year I don't have anything like this in that column? I mean, Patrick, what do you think about, going back, looking through that column, and really trying to identify those mistakes?
I think it's probably even more critical now than it was when you were a younger trader, because I have a feeling that the majority of you who are in this intermediate category probably don't journal as hard as you did before. Journaling is one of those things that I feel falls by the wayside with a lot of traders. And this is critical here too, because you are probably still making mistakes, but now you're just not aware of them. I mean, I was still making mistakes at this time for sure, but I kept on journaling it. That's how we identified it. So yeah, I would say more so now, because journaling does fall off over time because it's tedious work, and after a few years we don't think we need to do it as much. So yeah, I would say now probably more than ever.
And once you identify, one of the mistakes that you've made more than once or twice, then all of a sudden you now know, okay, this is a problem, and if I could have fixed it with discipline, I would have already fixed it. This is where I love this take on trading psychology, is that we beat ourselves up. I remember as a young trader just beating myself up, being like, Rob, you are a smart guy, relatively, or at least you think so. How in the world, and I could be disciplined in all other aspects of my life, but yet I couldn't leave a stop alone? Like, I literally couldn't just let the stop do its work. I would go in there and play around with it and move it around when I wasn't supposed to. How is that even possible that I couldn't do something so simple and so easy and that I know is so wrong to do, but I kept doing it? I love this take on trading psychology, is just to say, oh, that's me, that's who I am, and then you start to figure out, what can I do to not make that mistake again without me just being more disciplined? What systems can I put in place? And I've shared with you a lot of things, giving my wife my security card, or, crazy other things like turning your system off, taking an app off your phone. You really have to start thinking about, I've made these mistakes. I'm, a couple years along in my trading progress. I'm still making these same 1 or 2 mistakes. I'm going to be making them forever. How do I possibly build a system to where I can't F this up going on? And then I think the next thing is get an accountability partner. We've talked about accountability several times in this podcast. I think having somebody who checks in on you, who asks you, hey, did you make this mistake this month? I think it's a great thing. Patrick, have you ever had an accountability partner? And I'm asking this as someone who, I don't really love anyone having authority over me. So this is not my favorite thing. But I've had someone that's said, Rob, you need to cut out that kind of trading, to me, that I basically put in that position.
So for me, no. Remember, I've been single this whole time, and I've had a couple girls live with me in my trading career, but they just weren't the type that were really interested in my trading career at all. So I felt like I didn't want to put that burden on them, if that makes any sense. So for me, no, never really had an accountability partner. I was always kind of doing this on my own, but it would have been nice. I would have probably gotten annoyed by it, but that's okay. It still has to get done. So yeah, I don't have too much to add to that really, because it's just never applied to me. But like I said, I do really like the idea. We talked about it before, and I thought it was a great idea then. Still a great idea now.
Well, I really am hesitant to give this out because I am an owner of a prop firm, and this is not a shameless plug. But one of the things we talk about at Maverick is the idea of forced discipline. If there are some things that you are struggling with, there might be a prop firm out there that has rules that will enforce the things you're struggling with. So let's say that you have a hard time taking losses when you should, and maybe your drawdowns get too big. Well, my advice is go out and see, is there a prop firm out there that will literally cut you off if you drop more than, let's say they have a rule, no drawdowns bigger than 5% or else you get shut off. All of a sudden, if your problem was you're taking too big of drawdowns and you join that prop firm, all of a sudden now you literally can't do what you've done in the past because this prop firm will automatically just shut you down. You're going to be much better of a trader knowing that that shut off is coming, to where on your own you just weren't able to cut those off. So it doesn't have to be a person necessarily. It can be technology. It can be a firm. It can be anything. But again, look for creative ways to stop those habitual mistakes that you're making, because you can't solve those with discipline. You've proved it. You're 3 to 4 years into it. You're never going to solve this with discipline. Get technology, get someone else, get something else, because you will be guaranteed to probably make the same mistakes this next year.
And I'll make a shameless plug. Just know that every single episode of the Trading Psychology Podcast is sponsored by Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. Links down below. But yeah, as long as you have something, I guess, maybe like an alarm on your phone, a notification in your calendar, something like that, really does go a long way. And it's just something that I never used. And maybe that led to my overall curve being a bit stunted in terms of how long it took me to get good. I don't know. But looking back, this is something I really wish I would have done.
And trust me, this is something you cannot do internally, because I'm just thinking back of my old monitor. Now, we have these new nice flat screen monitors, and they hardly have any plastic around the screen. But the old school monitors, you had a good 1.5 to 2 inches of plastic around the screen. And I had a label maker. Now, I've told this story before in one of the episodes, but I'll tell it again. I would literally print out on this label maker, don't overtrade, or don't trade the first 5 minutes after a Fed meeting. All the mistakes I've made, I would print them out and stick them on my monitor. So I was self-aware. I said, hey, here's the rule. Don't make these mistakes. I had stickers all over the edges of my monitors. And I was literally looking at the sticker when I was clicking the button making the same mistake. Again, once you can finally get to the point where you would just admit, I'm never beating this one. I'm never going to beat this one. I need something that's going to take this decision off of my plate. So again, accountability partner, technology, a prop firm, anything you can do, because you will continue to make those mistakes. All right, let's go into the last one for experienced traders. So traders that have got it down. And I've always said to our traders, you've made it when you no longer have any compulsion or desire to deviate from your system. Like where I am right here, right now, I don't even get tempted. I don't even have the thoughts anymore of, hey, do you really need that stop there? Do you really want to get stopped? I don't even think about it. Once you have gotten to that point, then I think all of a sudden, you don't need to do this introspective thing every year as you're going through. You just run your numbers and you just figure it out. But I think there is still a ton of growth for traders. I think building another system makes sense based off of different time frames. I think trading other markets makes a lot of sense. Things we've talked about where you just start getting other things going in the financial markets. And maybe it's in crypto, maybe it's in metals, maybe it's longer term investing, maybe it's bonds, maybe it's fixed income. I don't know what it is. It could be anything. But just, go do new things and keep growing in the world of trading, because what I've seen, I have lots of people that come to Maverick and say, I used to trade on the floor of the CME in Chicago. And I'm like, wow, that's pretty impressive. When's the last time you've traded online? Oh, I've never traded online. Guess what? You're a newbie. You're a brand new trader. You have no experience. If you don't keep up with the markets and keep progressing with technology, like right now, using AI in trading, that's something I'm developing for Maverick to help our Maverick traders out. You always have to grow, or else this profession is going to pass you by and you're no longer going to be able to make any money in it. So I think just keeping growing is just a huge thing as a trader.
And remember too, we said this before, how good of a trader you are has little to do with your actual bottom line. It really comes down to how well were you able to stick to your system? How many mistakes did you actually make compared to the amount of mistakes you made before? That's how you really have to start looking at things. I was almost mistake-free this year. I've said this in the past. I'm probably a better trader now than I've ever been. But I actually fell a bit short of my goal in terms of my bottom line year over year. But not upset about it, because looking back, I only made one mistake. It was a stupid mistake too, Rob. I was a week early on NFP data. I thought it was a particular day, and it was actually a week later, and so I closed a bunch of trades down, and I did not need to do that. And Murphy's Law, they absolutely ran the next week. Those pairs did, had I stayed in those trades. So oh well, one mistake in a full calendar year is certainly not bad, but even experienced traders can make them. So make sure you are doing what we said back in the intermediate section. If you still need to be journaling at this point, do that. I don't anymore, because I really, just like you, Rob, I'm not compelled to deviate from my system at all anymore. Like I said, when it's time to trade, I sit down in front of my computer and treat it like a data entry job and just do the things that need to be done, and then shut it down. And I don't even think about it anymore. So on that end, I'm doing great. And I feel like most experienced traders should be at this point. But like I said, there's only one way to know for sure, and that is if you really are marking these things down and chronicling what you're doing. So if you're still not getting the results you want, or if you still find yourself making mistakes, you need to go back to journaling, because that's how you probably got rid of them in the first place. Don't ever think you don't need to go back to the basics at this stage. Sometimes you absolutely do. I guess that's the only wisdom I think I can really impart as somebody who is in that category. Do you have any additional ones to add yourself?
No, I just wanted to add on, I've been saying in this episode quite a bit, it's either an engineering problem or a psychology problem. Identify which one it is, and then go fix it. This whole podcast has nothing to do with the technical aspect of trading. It has everything to do with psychology. So I'm sure there's great stuff you've put together on building systems. But in psychology, look, we've got so many episodes now. We've definitely done an episode on probably what you're struggling with. So start there. Again, work on that psychology. Figure out how are you going to trade in spite of it. And then the last thing I want to give for the experienced traders is to give back. Trading is a tough business. It's a tough business. It takes a long time to get to the point where you're actually good at it. And so there's a lot of people out there that really, really would love to have somebody help them out in any little way, shape, or form, whether that's you getting active on a forum. Let's say there's a trading forum in Reddit that you've said, hey, you know what? I really like these people and I want to be there helping them. Or, coaching, mentoring, just something to give back. Because remember when you first got started in this, when you were all alone and you really didn't have anyone to go to be able to be that person's support for just a little bit, just even a little bit might put them over the edge. And that's just a great thing in the trading community. So that's what I have for experienced traders is, build other systems, get involved in other markets, and go help some new people become successful.
And I'll volley off of what you said before is let them know about this podcast. This podcast, I think, is just what the majority of traders out there need, but how many of them are even aware of it? I can't remember the numbers. I always go back to I know my 10-Minute Contrarian podcast numbers, but for some reason I don't know the numbers. We actually do more volume on this podcast than my investing podcast, but only by a couple thousand. So, that's, when you consider all the traders out there, that's not a lot of people. So let them know. We have such a full database of great stuff available, not just from system building, but from psychology too. I have my whole psychology section on YouTube, and then we now have an 83 episode trading psychology podcast that covers pretty much anything, including giving back. Like Rob said, we have a whole episode on that too. So let people know. we're not in competition with each other at the end of the day. You know, we're all in this together. So let everybody know that this exists. And so whichever direction you decide to go, whatever your New Year's resolutions are, Rob and I would both like to wish you a happy 2025. Let's be prosperous together. Let's eliminate even more of our mistakes, and let's just keep moving forward. And so on that note, thank you for joining us here at the Trading Psychology Podcast, not only this year, but every year prior, for those of you who've been around for a while. And whoever you are, Rob and I will both see you next episode.
Happy New Year, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every episode, he drafted 4 defenses this year. Weird. It's Rob Reinhold.
Well, hello, everybody. I will draft even more defenses if I possibly can.
And before we get into today's episode, a couple things. One, please mind the noise on my end as usual. There's 3 things certain in life, Rob. There's death, there's taxes, and that somebody will end up hammering or running a chainsaw or a reenactment of the Peloponnesian War outside my door right as you and I are filming. So, as I've often said in the past month or so, please, if you hear in the background, we apologize. There's really nothing I can do about it at this point. 2, you guys have given us some really great ideas for future show episodes, and you've put them in the YouTube comment section. If you didn't know this podcast also goes to YouTube, so you can go there and go to the comments section and put up any ideas that we haven't done yet. Please make sure we haven't done them yet, or we haven't maybe called them by a different name, because what's happened is I've seen a lot of really great episode ideas, and I forgot to put them in the spreadsheet. And so my fault on that, traders, but if you want to go ahead and put some ideas down for future episodes, if you got any good ones, we would be happy to give them a run, because we will talk about just about anything, as this episode probably illustrates, Rob. Now, I guess before we do anything, we need to define terms. Now, we have a very global audience, and American football is certainly not the only thing you can play fantasy sports with. You can do that with international football, but we also have some countries to where they just don't do this a whole lot. So I guess for everybody, if you can just maybe in your best terms, define what fantasy football is and how it works.
Well, let me give you my wife's definition of fantasy football. So I've gotten really into it over the last couple of years, and I was explaining it to her and how it all works. And this way she said, "Oh, I get it. It's Dungeons and Dragons for jocks." And at first I'm like, no. I'm like, wait, yes, that's exactly what it is. It's Dungeons and Dragons for jocks. So look, we'll get into it, but basically you play as a fake manager, and your job is to put together a team every single week. And you grab one player from each position, and whatever that player does that weekend, whatever points they get in their matches or their games, whatever, then you get those points. And the manager who can put together the best team that week will win the week. So this is basically fantasy sports where you are the manager picking the players, and then the real life performance of those players will determine how many points you score that week.
And does Maverick Currency still do their league? I did this once, and I did it a long time ago, and I actually took second in my only attempt with Maverick Trading's fantasy league. But I'm already in 2. You know how it is. These are like leagues I've been in for 20, 25 years, and you just can't get rid of those. So I didn't want to overload myself.
We do it every year. We do 2 sporting events every year. We do fantasy football, and then we also do the March Madness tournament, basketball tournament in March. Now, it's always fun to do, but there is a method behind the madness. I advise all of my traders to learn how to play poker. Now, I don't want them playing poker. I don't want to see them at 2 a.m., in some casino ruining their life if that's what they're doing. But what I want you to do is learn the game, because by learning the game, there's so many wonderful rules and psychological things that you can learn that will absolutely help you in trading. Fantasy football is another one where if you do it the right way and you learn the right rules, it will absolutely help you in your trading.
All right. Well, I'm curious to see where this goes. This is a Rob episode. This looks like to be a very data-intense episode. So, Rob, go ahead and kick us off here, metaphorically, and I'll jump in where I can. I do have experience here, so I feel like I'm qualified to be your co-host today. But let her rip.
This episode was inspired by a TikTok video I saw months and months ago before this season started, before the NFL season started, which starts in early September. And I came across a video of a guy. He didn't look like a sports guy, and he wasn't. He worked in an office, and his job was he was the data scientist. He was the person that took all the data that the business collected, and then he said, hey, these are the things that we should do. Now, he worked with a whole bunch of other sports people that were super excited about sports. And every year they invited him to do the fantasy football, and he's like, I hate football. I don't like anything about it. And pretty soon they started bugging him so much that he decided that he was going to join and he was going to beat them and basically shut them all up because he was just going to use data. So I followed his account through the whole year, and sure enough, he won the entire thing. And he not just won it, he obliterated everybody because he was just following the data. He built algorithms. He looked at past events and put together his teams scientifically without any bias whatsoever. And that's where I think learning fantasy football will really help you as a trader, is that you will be looking at it the right way, very, very methodically, very systems oriented.
And I can certainly co-sign on that for a couple reasons. One, I'm going to take it back to sports betting. And we've said this in an episode here on the Trading Psychology podcast, that your actual professional gamblers, the ones who can actually make a living doing it, in the sports betting world especially, they don't know a lot about the actual teams. They might not know hardly anything about the actual teams, but they understand the market. And they pretty much just use that to their advantage. They look at the fluctuations, they take advantage where they can, and that's what they do. Second, it's really interesting you said that, Rob, because in the past 10 years, maybe not even that long, we have seen the advent of daily fantasy sports. If you remember DraftKings and FanDuel, who now do sports betting, that's how they began, because you couldn't have sports betting apps in the United States. And it was really interesting when those came up, Rob, because there were people just in the background who knew nothing about football, running algorithms, entering 20 leagues, and winning like 14 of them. It was so bad to the point where people said, you may as well not even join these leagues unless it's with your buddies, because some guy with an algo is just going to come in and murder you. It's not even worth it. So yes, these games are very beatable, and a lot of times it has nothing to do with the actual sport or game itself.
And let me follow in with that, because it's such a beautiful lead in to where I want to go with this, is that the people that are betting, like I would never go onto DraftKings and for a second think that I had a chance in hell of winning a league in there. Because here's what you're competing against. You have people that are putting together 40 different teams, all with a collection of different players here or there based on, okay, well, if I got this guy in this league and he doesn't do well, then I got this guy in this league that is going to do well, and I'll win one of these leagues. I don't care which one I win. I just want to be a winner in more than one. And so you'll be in these leagues where you're like, oh, I'm picking my guy and I'm picking this guy here. And you're basically playing against bots that are just throwing out a whole bunch of random things. But again, random in the way that they believe that random mix is going to win more than it loses. It's not even fun. Like, I don't even see the joy of it, of trying to actually think you can win money there. As Patrick said, if you want to do it with your buddies, it's great. If you want to bet some money and everyone has a good time, that's a great way to use fantasy football. But I would never go online and actually think I could win the way everything's set up now.
Okay, so we're approaching 10 minutes into the podcast here, and I'm sure there's a few people out there listening saying, oh, okay, I get it. Fantasy football, great, I don't care. How does this apply to trading? So you guys know our methodology by now. We get there. We just do it nice and slowly. But Rob, let's go ahead and start that train moving forward into how what we just got done talking about actually applies to trading and some of the things we can leverage from this.
It all comes down to biases. That's what it all comes down to. Now, I'm using fantasy football as just an analogy of trading because we all bring our biases into trading. So one of the biases we see in fantasy football all the time, and I play in a league, my favorite league I play in, and one guy lives in Houston, Texas. And his team is always guys on the Houston Texans football team. So that's called a home team bias or a confirmation bias, meaning he thinks he knows these players better because they're on his team. And he has studied them and he knows them. And so because he knows them, he is very convinced that these players are going to be better because he knows them. We see that all the time in trading. Let's take an example of Forex. When I have my American traders, and when I break out their trades, I see mostly US dollar pairs. When I like the Canadian traders, I see mostly Canadian dollar trades. When I see my European traders, they predominantly trade the euro. That is wrong. That's absolutely wrong because the trade should be made because of the data, not because you're familiar with the Canadian dollar and because you live in Canada and you experience what's going on in Canada, you somehow create this illusion that you know the Canadian dollar and how it's going to move. As we've said many, many times in this podcast, you don't know shit. So that confirmation bias is one that we see in fantasy football that you absolutely see in the world of trading.
And I'm so glad you brought this up because I've seen the exact same thing with my traders. Now, you're able to see it a lot more clearly because you have the data right in front of you. I mostly just have anecdotal data from comments and emails and things like that, but this happens everywhere. But let me tell you right now, traders, if you are from the United States, you have zero advantage trading the United States dollar over literally anything else. You are not locked into that currency better than you are other currencies. You're not locked into the USD better than somebody is from Italy. Like it's not true. It's all in your head. And it's so funny because I see people make this mistake. I will bet I fell for this as well. I'm like, well, I have American financial news channels here. It's the currency we all talk about because the United States doesn't care about anybody else. So I feel like I'm locked in better to the United States dollar. What I learned later and what I made sure to emphasize on my channel was never ever get too close to fundamental analysis. It does not help you when you're trading. Flat out doesn't. I've had people saying, hey, do you know any books I can read on pound sterling so I can really get a better feel for it? I'm like, don't read any books on the pound sterling. This is ridiculous. It will not help you trade. People try to go so deep on this stuff, and that's not what trading is. Just like that's not what sports betting is. Your in-depth knowledge of Manchester City or the Philadelphia Eagles does not help you become a plus money bettor. Just like your in-depth knowledge of any currency or gold or Bitcoin or anything, I promise you, does not make you an advantage trader. It just doesn't.
And actually, I'm going to go one step further. It makes you worse.
Yes.
Because you are bringing in your biases. So here's another bias that we see in fantasy football that we also see in trading. Familiarity bias. So last year, I had this great player that scored a whole bunch of points for me. And you know what? I want to get that same player back on my team this year because, hey, they've done good for me in the past. So because they did well for me in the past, I'm very familiar with them and I think I got an edge. We do that all the time in trading. Hey, boy, whenever I trade the euro, I seem to really get it right. But man, every time I touch the yen, I just get killed. So you know what? From here on out, no more yen trades and only euro trades. Patrick, have you seen that one?
Oh yeah, I've seen it in my own trading. Yeah, because we get way too emotional over these things. We become euro fanboys when we're really locked in on it and we're winning a lot of trades, and we become yen haters, for example. And it just seems like no matter what we do, every time I trade that fucking yen, it just kills me. I don't know what it is. So the best thing to do would be to just avoid it. Wrong. I told people, I was like, look, I could pretty much show you any chart, and I'll even tell you the time frame, but I'm going to black out the actual currencies. And I bet you couldn't tell me what it was. And you probably trade these charts every day. It's complete nonsensical. Like you said, it is all data driven, and that's all you need to pay attention to. Again, so much of trading is way easier than than people actually think it is. But we ourselves just insist on complicating the shit out of it. I don't get it.
In past episodes, we talked about taking out the trash, taking out the mental trash before every trade, where you're going into the next trade with no history. Somebody wiped your memory clean. You have no idea what even happened in the last trade or what the trade was. That's the right way to go into it. So we see that familiarity bias. Here's another one, and I'm going to open up some wounds here because last year we had just some absolute superstars. Tyreek Hill for the Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins, and then we had Christian McCaffrey for the 49ers. These were the best players, and everyone, they traded up to try to get these guys, and they were the number one picks pretty much across the board. They stunk this year. Now, early on, you knew they stunk. I mean, Christian McCaffrey got hurt, and you knew he was going to be out for 8 weeks. 8 weeks. But you know what people did? They kept him in a roster spot. They didn't move on because they were anchoring the value of Christian McCaffrey. They anchored it as this is what he was worth when I got him. He's still worth that today. We do that on our trading. Hey, dollar yen was at 125 a couple years ago. It's now at 150. It's overvalued. It's got to come down. That's not true at all. What it was worth in the past has really no basis on the value of where it is today. Anything to add on that one, Patrick?
Well, I think you should tell this to people who are thinking about investing in Bitcoin, because they're like, well, I was looking at it back when it was 20,000. Now it's at 90,000. Where's the value? What am I really going to get on a return if I buy it now? Well, that has nothing to do with anything. You're just mad and salty because you passed on it back when it was 20. That doesn't mean you should not buy it now. That doesn't mean there's a ton of upside left in this thing. I mean, this could be the future of money and payments and banking and everything for all we know. Well, we don't know. Could be. But there's a lot of fundamentals on its side right now, a lot of tailwinds. And just because it's not at 20,000 anymore doesn't mean it's a bad investment. I hate to break it to you too. It's probably never going to see 20,000 again. So what are you going to do? Just sit there and be salty all the time and be one of these salty no-coiners that gets mad anytime I put out crypto content? Or are you going to say, okay, it's not about where it was, it's about where it is and where it could be and where I think it could be based on the tools I have in front of me. That's it. That's all you have to worry about. You stop getting emotional about what it was in the past. It means nothing.
Absolutely true. And this one really, I think, gets people in investing. I think people have missed a lot of great investments, longer term stuff, because they had this specific value. There's been people waiting for Apple to become valuable for about a decade now, and they've totally missed the boat. So yes, when you look at a trade, where it's been is only relevant in support and resistance on a chart. That's the only way it's relevant. Other than that, the price, the words like value have no place in the world of trading. Just targets, stop outs, that's what we're looking at. All right, let's go to the next thing that people do in their fantasy leagues that also cause them to have some issues. It's called the endowment effect. The endowment effect is basically if you have a player and you've had this player all year long, you tend to overvalue that player, and the idea of releasing that player and choosing someone who is new is actually very scary. It's the same thing as being in a trade that isn't going anywhere. So let's say you enter into a dollar yen trade or a euro yen trade or something like that, and it's not going anywhere. And you have your rules that say if it hasn't gone anywhere for whatever period of time, get out and go into something else. Again, it's all based on your rules. Sometimes it's very difficult to bail out on that trade because you've put in effort. You have put effort into there, you've sat through a couple of days of movement, just to bail on it and to jump on a new one, that's very, very difficult to do. This is where, again, as traders, we have to look at where is my money going to be best served. If it is not in this position, then it should be into cash. And if you find a position that's better than cash, then that's where it goes. How long you've been in the trade has no basis. Now look, if you have a rule that you're not stopped out by time, you're only stopped out by price, then just follow your rules. Time doesn't matter. But if you have some rules based on time or based on some news that's coming up, then you absolutely do not overvalue this position. You've been in it for a couple of days and you've felt the struggle. Guess what? Throw that all away, get into something better.
And this is a really great thing to talk about. It's bumming me out a little bit because just when I thought I covered every single angle there was to cover on my Forex trading videos, I don't know if I've ever talked about this. If you have a trade that's just languishing and not doing anything, at what point do you let it go? Now, for trend traders, in my system especially, usually a news event might come up, and that will give you the signal to go ahead and cut bait if you've been in a trade that hasn't been doing anything for a long time. But that's really interesting because there is absolutely a time to cut bait because the momentum you were hoping to achieve by getting the bull signal or the bear signal clearly isn't there. So you may need to up your liquidity a little bit to put it into something that is moving. It makes perfect sense. I don't have anything else to say on that. I'm just like, damn it. I really should have talked about that at some point. I don't get a whole lot of questions on it, which is good. This is something that isn't coming up a whole lot, but that doesn't mean it won't. Especially, like you said, if you're an options trader, stock trader, things like that, you may go a lot longer without any activity compared to Forex. That's a real thing.
Having a time stop is absolutely, I think, a good idea, but this one needs to have very, very, very clear and concise rules because I can see somebody with a time stop that isn't very quantified, isn't very spelled out, to blow it all the time psychologically. I mean, that's just a psychological time bomb waiting to explode. Like, hey, if it doesn't go anywhere, at some point I'm going to get out. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine having that open-ended of a rule and having any chance at all to not fall into pretty much every psychological trap out there?
I mean, you may as well just be trading by feel at that point if you're going to do that. Why have rules if you're going to have some rules that aren't even rules? They're just completely open-ended like that. Yeah, I will never be an advocate of that type of mentality now.
All right, let's move on to our next problem and mistake that fantasy football traders make, that traders make. We're going to take a look at the hindsight effect. So every week there's going to be a player that just comes out of nowhere and who has scored like 2 or 3 points every single week and then scores 30 points one week. And guess what happens to that player? Everyone is like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get that player because they just had a big game. Okay, this is called the hindsight effect. And we do this all the time with, okay, we have our trade that's progressing slowly. And then what happens is we see dollar yen over here take off. And all of a sudden, our player or our trade isn't very exciting because look at how great this player is over here. So you bail out of that one and you jump into that one because it's exciting and because there's movement there. People do the same thing in fantasy football. They'll dump a reliably good player that doesn't score a ton of points but is consistent. They'll dump that and try to jump on to the hot streak. And then sure enough, the next week, what do? They score 2 points. That's it. So again, the hindsight effect where you're always chasing volatility. In trading, we want to get ahead of volatility. We want to get in before the move and the volatility happens. We don't want to get in after.
Now make sure you're not conflating this with what we just got done talking about. If your trade isn't going anywhere and the momentum you were hoping to achieve just didn't happen for you and it's been, 7, 8 candles, okay, maybe it's time to find something better. I get that. But it's all based on what signals you're getting. Now, if you have a trade, and Rob, I'm sure this was the example you were making here. Like, let's say you've had a trade that's already ran to where you've taken your first profit, and now you're letting it run until your trailing stop or your exit indicator tells you to get out. But like Rob said, it's going really slow, and it's irritating how slow it's going. It might even be stalling out. Meanwhile, you have this other faster horse that's coming out of nowhere, and you want on board to that because that's where the momentum seems to be. I'm telling you, if you could record this and see if it actually works, I will bet you long-term it doesn't. I will bet you long-term it is a losing proposition. And it's just one of those things. These are, if you haven't figured it out, these are all different ways we try to deviate from our system. And it just never, ever works long-term. That's what these episodes are about. That's what this entire podcast is about. We know not to deviate from our system. We know how idiotic it is, but we do it anyway. So that's why we're coming at you with maybe a different set of metaphors that might make more sense. Metaphors you're more familiar with and you can latch onto, possibly, that will better help you remember to stay out of these traps that we're talking about.
Trading rules are simply designed to keep you out of the psychological pitfalls. So we talked about a time stop. If you are a trader and you don't have a time stop, meaning that you don't have predetermined rules before you got into the trade, when you'll take a trade-off based on time, not on price, then you are in that trade until price is met, period. But lots of times, flashy lights happen in other parts of the market that makes us look at our trade that's a slug that's moving so slow, and we say, but I want to be over here. That's not following your rules. Now, if you want to have a time stop, then set a time stop and you follow it every single time. If I'm not either stopped out or hit the take profit within 10 daily candles, I'm out. Fine. And do that every single time. But again, this happens all the time. Without rules, you're just going to fall into these traps.
And a lot of times these pairs move up or down a lot based on A, nothing, or B, some news event that came out, but you don't know how significant that news event really is. And I can guarantee you, the people on the other side of the trade, the big banks, they already have this all planned out. They're either going to let this run or they're only going to let it run a little bit and wait for people like you to jump in before they go ahead and dump on you. It never fails. Remember, they're the ones who control these things, not us. So stick to the things you can control.
And the last fantasy football mistake I want to talk about is basically overtrading. Overtrading, and in fantasy football, you have a lot of people that basically put together a whole brand new team every single week. And they're always chasing that last hot player. And again, they are behind. And they're also not allowing for them to just have an off week or to have a beat. Because they think, I could win every single week and I should win every single week. If you go into fantasy football with the belief that, number one, I am going to win every single week, and number two, I believe I can win every single week, you are just setting yourself up for psychological problems. And what you're going to do is you are going to overtrade, because once you get in a hole, you're going to say, I need to get out of this hole. I just had a loss. I got to totally redo everything. I got to totally change everything. I've got to throw away my system. You are going to have bad weeks. You are going to have weeks that your players that you selected based on data alone just do not do well. That doesn't mean you should throw your system away. You have to allow for off weeks. Now, Patrick, the leagues I play in are either a 16-week league or a 17-week league. In my experience, probably the winning team is probably something like 12-6 or maybe 13-4. Is that about what you've seen that the best team out there is?
Yeah, because even if you get a super player, they're not super every week. And a lot of times they're carrying your entire team. And so as they go, you go. And that's bound to happen in the NFL at least 3-4 times a year. So even at the very top end, I can't remember the last time I saw 15-1 or anything like that. That's just not how it pans out.
So when you start the season out, you need to have the right mindset that you're going to put the best team on the field based on the data every single week. You know, some weeks you're going to have losses. You're going to learn what you can from the losses, but you're not going to deviate from your data-driven method. And your belief is that over the season, you are going to be in the top 1 or 2 spots, or again, in my league, you have to get in the top 4 spots to go into the playoffs to where you have a chance to win the actual championship. It doesn't even matter if I'm first. If I'm 4th and I get into that championship, I have a chance to win the whole thing. So I have to be in the top 4. That's all I care about. I don't care about being the number 1 because I know that's going to be difficult. And in fact, a lot of times you see that number 1 gets there with having some star players. They end up getting injured. They didn't develop anything else behind those players, and then they lose horribly in the playoffs because they coasted. They weren't constantly adding to their team based on the data. So you just have to allow for those off weeks. Yes, I know we all want to be the number 1 best trader in the world. I love that attitude, but it's hurting you. You want to have positive results over time. If you go into trading with that goal, you're going to make a lot less of the psychological mistakes that people make.
And so, like I said before, we're not the overall subject matter of what we're talking about here is nothing new. We just hope that with episodes like this, because it's a very male-dominated field, this is a very male-dominated podcast audience. We hope we can find things to where maybe we can put out some metaphors that you can more easily recall when you're in the depths of trading. And so if we were able to do that for a small handful of you, I'm really glad we did this episode, Rob. So on behalf of Rob Reinhold and myself, thank you for joining us here on the Trading Psychology Podcast. We will both see you next time.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex, and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every episode, it is the ostentatious Rob Reinhold.
Well, hello, everybody. Good to be here, and I don't even know what ostentatious means.
It's very outward in your personality, I guess the best way I could describe it.
All right, I'll take that.
Well, good enough. And just a couple things before we start today's episode. We are filming back-to-back here, so just like last episode, you may hear a lot of noise on my end. Please fight through it. I'm doing my best. And always remember, too, every single one of these episodes is brought to us by Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. All the relevant links are down below. The best goddamn trading firm in the entire world. Not even close. Give it a look. And Rob, moving on to this episode, I'm really curious to see what data you have on this. We didn't talk about this before the show. I get correspondence from people all the time that took 4 months off, as long as maybe 4 or 5 years off before they came back to trading and came back to my channel. And they always want to talk about it. And they always have very positive things to say. They're like, you know what, I'm really glad I took this break, clear my head. I'm like, why did it take you 5 years to clear your head? But anyway, I'm curious to see if you have had this happen at the firm as well. Now, there are desk fees at the firm, which may keep people trading, but I can understand why people still might also take a break. Do you see this a lot, or do you see this probably less than I do?
We definitely see it. And, when we take a look at the data, the overwhelming reason that people step back as traders from Maverick is their personal life got in the way. That's the number one reason, is that life is very complicated. Life is very complex. And so that's probably the biggest reason. But let me tell you what I have absolutely seen. It's always been a positive. I can't remember a time where someone said, Rob, I'm taking a break, and then they came back and they were worse. I just cannot even remember that.
Well, that's a thread we can certainly pull on, because I have always said in the past that you just need to power through it. And I think that's going to be the best way to go long term. Because if you simply take a break when things aren't going your way and you just keep doing that, well, then you're never really going to get that momentum going that is going to give you the results you're looking for in this field. So yeah, let's break this down a little bit, Rob, because I think you and I, as far as outcomes, might be on opposing sides here. Very interesting. It's been a while. So I guess we need to define terms. I think it's pretty obvious. But I guess maybe just the time range, Rob. How long what's the shortest amount of time you would actually consider defining taking a break from trading? Would it be a month? Would it be longer? Like where are you at on that scale?
Wow, I haven't even given this thought of what the actual time frame would be for me to label it as taking a break. You know, some people take a break for the rest of the week. Hey, I'm done trading on Tuesday. I'm going to take a break until next week. Again, where would I consider taking an actual extended break from trading? I would probably say a month. I think a month would be the shortest. Everything else was just a little pause or, hey, I'm going to go on vacation. But I think a month of where you truly have stepped away, and I'm not talking about you didn't click a button. I'm talking about truly stepped away, no longer watched the market, and so you really lost of what was even happening. That to me is where you've taken a break, to where you truly have stepped away from the markets, to where you really aren't even looking at what's happening in the market. That to me is what a break is, to where you've really disengaged and detached from the market activity. So a month.
Yeah, I can rock with that. Yeah, I think a month is the right amount of time because, people with your everyday jobs, they get 2 weeks vacation, 3 weeks vacation, their kids do too. So a 2-3 week vacation, really, you don't want to be focusing on trading too much unless you're a wild man and you really want to. But for the most part, I can certainly understand why you wouldn't. Now, did you have anything you want to add to that before we move forward, Rob? Because once we move forward, we've kind of passed the Rubicon here.
I do want to add in something. If you step back from trading, but you're still listening to CNBC, or you're still reading trading books, or if you're still engaged, that's not taking a break. That's just you're not clicking buttons. Like, for me, a break is truly a break to where you've completely severed the stimulus of the market, where it's no longer part of your life. That to me is a break. Everything else is just I'm trading less or I'm inactive at the moment. Like, a true break is to where you've severed the stimulus on a daily basis. So I just wanted to get that. That's my definition of a break. It might be different than yours, but that's my definition.
And I guess I wouldn't disagree with that. But all I'll say is, don't watch CNBC and don't read trading books unless it's mine. Okay, moving forward now. Like you were alluding to a moment ago, Rob, we need to first talk about why you took a break and identify these things before we actually come up with the solution. So, off the top of your head, Rob, what are some different reasons you can think of to where somebody might take a break that's as short as 1 month up to maybe 4 or 5 years?
Let me give you some personal experience here. I have taken 2 breaks from trading over my 28-year career. My first extended break that I took was in the fall of 1999 after I just took an 83% portfolio loss in phone.com. I've told that story before. I don't know what episode it's in, but that is my horror story. And I took a break from trading to where I really evaluated, can I do this? Is this what my life is going to be like? Can I handle the ups and downs of this business? And do I want to give it another shot? So that was from losses. That was from excessive losses that caused me to have to step back. Like, I didn't want to step back, but it forced me to step back and reevaluate everything. So that was my first break that I took. And my second one was just personal reasons. Things happened in my life that were very sad, I don't want to use the word chaotic because they weren't chaotic, but it was very sad, and I wasn't in the right mental space, and I recognized that. And so I stepped back from trading about a month, and it was a really positive thing for me. So for me personally, it was from losses, and it was from life getting in the way. What about you, Patrick? I mean, can you think of any other reason why someone would take a step back?
I can think of one other one. We have 3 written down here. You covered 2. I'd say the third one would be is if you're just flat out burnt out from trading. It's even if you're doing something like trading the daily chart, which really removes a lot of burnout, it just might be something that just consumes your brain too much and consumes your brain every day. And you know that's not healthy. So maybe the best thing to do would be to take a break. So that would be the third one that I can think of. Can you think of any more, or do you think those are the three main?
I think those are the three main ones.
Yeah, I would probably agree. Okay, so now, well, you know what? Before we move to the solutions, actually, it's still early in the show. I think we can do this. Let's take that first one that we have on our notes here. If life gets in the way, let's talk about the different things that may happen in your life to where stopping your trading might be the right solution. Again, I think there's very few times in life to where this could be the case, but I do understand. We did a whole episode, Rob, on being in the right frame of mind to trade in the first place, and you might not be there, and it's because something happens. So, what do you think some of those examples might be? And I'll try to come up with a few as well.
Let me give you some real life stories from Maverick Trading where I've actually seen a trader who's very consistent get very erratic and really start to trade strangely. I've had this happen enough times that I already know what's happening. I get on the phone with them. I said, hey, how are things going? Things are sorry about, they always are apologetic, like, sorry about my trading. Like, I know. I said, no, look. What's going on in your personal life? And they always just sit there in silence. And they're like, how did you know? I said, I don't know, but I've seen this enough. Yeah, I'm going through a really nasty divorce at the moment. Or, I'm going through a sickness, like my health isn't good. Almost every single time I've made that call to where I saw someone who was a consistent trader become erratic, when I called them on the phone, it was because their personal life was in turmoil. So I think anything that would put your personal life in turmoil, a breakup, a death of someone, a loved one, I think all of these things are going to cause a lot of internal torment for you. And it's just going to be very difficult for you to trade unemotionally when things like that happen. So I think some sort of tragedy or loss is probably the biggest one that I think people have to really be aware of to make sure that they're not trading when they're sad.
Yeah, and the two I'm thinking of are actually a lot more positive. The first one is maybe you take a new job that involves a lot of traveling. And I can tell you as somebody who's traveled probably more in the last couple of years than I ever have before, it's really hard, even with the daily chart. We spoke a couple episodes ago about how I've moved to the weekly, and we're going to see how that goes. I don't have enough data to really tell you anything right now, but it was a move I had to make, and I'm actually pretty excited about making. I always wanted to see what trading this way in the Forex market would look like. It's quite positive for metals. I really want to see how it would translate over here. So I kind of made lemonade with that one. But if you have a new job that just takes you past those trading hours, or if you pick up a second job or a third job and you're just working all the time, then yeah, you probably shouldn't try to shoehorn trading in on top of all this. It's just way too much stress. You already have enough on top of. You already have enough on you right now. To where the second one is similar, and that's if you just had a baby. Your life, especially if it's your first one. I'm speaking from experience. I have no kids, but I can pretty much say that your life is going to completely change. Your schedule is going to completely change. Your emotions and your stress levels are going to completely change.
Your sleep is going to completely change because you will not have sleep. You will be a zombie walking around life. Trust me.
And that's what I was alluding to with schedule. For sure, your daily schedule is going to be completely different. So during this time, however long it takes for the baby to break this cycle, whether that's 6 months, 2 years, I don't know, whatever babies do, then maybe this isn't the right time either. I totally get it in these particular situations. Because, yeah, trading and watching your actual money go up and down is a stressful thing. Now, I guess, let's have a little debate back and forth about the actual solution before we start breaking down solutions for individual situations, okay? Now, I fully admit, I've been very fortunate in the, God, how long has it been? The 15 years I've been trading, right? I haven't had any really great tragedies. I haven't had a child. I haven't gotten married. A lot of things that would cause somebody to want to take a break just haven't happened to me. I've been very, very fortunate. Now, as I've gotten older, my parents have gotten older, and a lot of this is about to change very shortly. So I'm going to find out. Thank God I'm trading the weekly chart now. Let's just put it that way. But I would say it's situational. I would say if you're getting burnt out, or if you're losing a lot, I always say, Rob, if you're going through hell, keep going. I feel like training humans is a lot like training dogs. If as soon as the going gets tough, you turn tail and leave, then you're going to do that every time. And you're going to be in this constant doom loop to where you're never really progressing the way you need to. Sometimes it's almost like the great basketball coach, Phil Jackson. If you were out there and just missing every shot and getting fouls and getting frustrated and stuff like that, Phil would leave you in the game. He wouldn't take you out. He would say, look, you got to work your way out of this. And that's one of the things that made him really great. So depending on what that situation is, if life gets in the way, life gets in the way. But if you are taking a break because you're just losing a bunch or because it's just consuming your brain, I would say, you know what? This is not the first time something like this is going to happen. It's probably going to happen again, and you can't just turn tail and take breaks every single time. You got to keep going.
I will agree with that in theory, but let's go back to Phil Jackson. Let's say he's got a player that just lost their mom, and that player is missing free throws. I'm pretty sure Phil Jackson's going to say, hey, you know what, why don't you sit on the bench for a little bit? We'll put someone else in that isn't going through what you're doing. It's very nuanced. So, look, I agree. You can't quit. You can't give up. But there are times where you have to be honest and really look at yourself. And that's what this is all about. When we talk about when life gets in the way, it's really about either your mental state or it's about your amount of time. And if those are just not congruent, like if you are moving across the country, like don't try to trade. Don't try to trade. You do not have the time for that. So really, as long as you don't have the time, the answer is you should stay on a break. When you then have the time, you're right, Patrick, you absolutely have to go and get back on the horse, regardless of your performance before that. If you step back because of something in your life that was really stressful and your mental state just isn't correct, then the right answer is to stay out until that is fixed. Until that's fixed. Once it's fixed, yes, absolutely, get right back on the horse and you keep trading. You cannot quit at this, but we also have to be realistic on what you can and can't do in the moment.
Yeah, because I've had a lot of people approach me and say, hey, I took all this time off and I'm back and I'm really enjoying the material and the trading's going really well. I'm like, well, how long has it been going really well? A couple weeks? And now you're all excited? Who's to say that this break you just took is actually really serving you? Maybe it is for a short amount of time, but talk to me 2-3 years down the road, and we can really look back and see if this was the best move for you. But yeah, I think you and I both agree now. We can kind of separate life getting in the way from poor performance and just simply getting burnt out. So let's go ahead and start with life getting in the way. And Rob, talk about some of the individual solutions that you can take once you have decided it's time to finally return.
It comes down to the two reasons why you would take a break. Number one is time. That's very easy to quantify. That's very easy to figure out. Okay, I just took a new job and I have to do 3 weeks of very intense training where I can't have my phone on or anything. Okay, well then you now know, hey, that is your break. You're not going to be doing anything during that period of time, and you might even say, you know what, and then I need to be on the job for another 3 weeks to really get comfortable. So that's very easy to determine, the time one. I actually don't think we need to talk much about it. Like, everyone knows when they're overwhelmed with other stuff in their life with time and when they're not, and when they finally have time to do trading. So the time one I don't want to spend a lot of time on because I think that's a fairly easy answer when you have enough time. The other one, where your mental state isn't right, that one's difficult because I'll tell you what, it's very difficult to know when to step away from trading when you're not in a good mental space because you're not self-aware at that moment. Like, it's very difficult to be self-aware. This is where it really helps to like get a call from me. Like, hey, I've noticed some crazy stuff going on. If you have a partner you're trading with, an accountability partner, it's very, very difficult for you to see that you aren't in the right state of mind for trading. Because look, we all love trading. It's awesome. It's so fun. It's very difficult. So the things you need to take a look at is, performance. If you have some bad performance, that's when you got to do a mental check. Are you having difficulty in other areas of your life? I think that's a good one. So if you used to go to the gym all the time and now you can't get yourself to go to the gym, hey, that should be a red flag that, whoa, something is wrong here. What is wrong with my mood? So I think it's very, very difficult to put yourself on a break from not being in the right mental space. The answer is fairly easy. It's when you're in the right mental space. What that means, I think you've got to spend a little bit of time and quantify what that means when you step back. So let's say you step back because you're in a bad divorce and you just can't handle it. And things are chaotic. Maybe you say, you know what, I'm going to get back into trading when my divorce is final. And then you're going to check in on that date and be like, hey, you know what, I don't think I'm right yet. I'm going to wait until, the first of the year. You can set your time frame as far as that goes. But until your mental state is better, you can't come back. But it's up to you to really determine when that is. But it's very, very difficult to know that you need to step away because of your mental state. That is definitely a very progressed person with self-awareness to actually be able to step away. So just always think about that. If there's other things in your life that are also going poorly, then that's a sign that you've got major problems. It's not just trading, it's major problems in your life.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that whole life getting in the way thing has a lot more variations than you probably thought at first. It really does. And it all comes down to what it is and how long you were away. But I will say this as far as other solutions go. If you come back and you're in the right state of mind, I would say if you've only been gone a month or so, just keep right on trading. Nothing's changed. You got your system. The muscle memory is still there. If it's something that was longer, though, what I would do, and Rob, you can tell me if you agree or disagree with this, is have a really short period of demo trading first, just so you can get that muscle memory back. We say it all the time. One of the biggest reasons why you demo trade is so you don't lose trades because you put in the wrong order or the wrong stop loss, or you're looking at the wrong pair. Or you forgot there was a big news event coming up because you're not in that frame of mind yet. You need to get back into that frame of mind and not make mistakes because you're fumbling around with the platform. So do that. I would say maybe a couple weeks to a month is probably all you need. And then you can get right back to it, because I'm going to tell you what right now. Markets do change, but it takes a very long time for them to change to where you might have to adjust something in your system. I think once you've gotten demo trading out of the way after a comeback, Rob, I think you can just pick it right up and go again. Don't you?
I 100% agree with everything you said. 3 weeks to a month, I think you're going to be just fine.
All right. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, and like I said, it's not a static solution there. It all depends on what's been going on and how long you were off. But I hope Rob and I did a good job at least illustrating, the different routes you can take based on what that thing was. Now, the other two kind of fall in that other category, to where VP says just tough it out there, Cupcake. You got to keep trading because these things are going to happen a lot. And the first one is if you're just burnt out. I think, Rob, this happens more to new traders because I don't think about Forex trading too much on a daily basis. I mean, I know when it's almost like Pavlov's dog. I know when I'm supposed to, be in front of my charts. But apart from that, I barely give it any thought, to where your brand new traders, that's all they can think about. I mean, they even think people like us are weird because we don't think about it all the time. But Sometimes if it's consuming you like this, then again, I just say get over it. Maybe I'm being too brusque here. I don't know. But do you think you should be trading if you're just burnt out on the entire game?
Burnout is simply overstimulation. That's it. You've had too much stimulus, which means that you are watching too much, caring too much, worrying about it too much. You're doing everything too much. Now, the best way to combat that is to change what you're doing, because you should not get overstimulated. That just should not happen. You should not get burned out. If you get burned out, it means you are not trading in a way that fits your personality. So change your trading system to something that fits your personality.
Yeah, that's one of the solutions we have here is especially change your time frame. I bet you a lot of you out there who get burnt out are scalping. That is a very common symptom of people who scalp, is they get burnt out over time. I told you it happened to me. A lot of it was the hours I was keeping. I was trading from 12 midnight to 6 in the morning and then going to bed all stressed out. And I was like, this is a horrible lifestyle. I'm probably going to die when I'm 52, at this rate. Something has to change. And I made the adjustment. I switched to the daily chart. Life is getting in the way now, so I'm switching to the weekly chart. And that's not a terrible move. I would say maybe going to the monthly, if you're a trader, is probably overkill. I don't think there's a big advantage there. I do think there is for investing. We've talked about it on my other podcast. But I would say the weekly is probably about as far as you can go. And I don't think your performance is going to fall off too much if you do that. So don't be afraid to make those changes if you think they're appropriate. But usually burnout happens to people who are trading very small time frame charts. Now, the other one I would say is, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this too, Rob, because there's a psychological edge to this for sure, is, you might be getting burnt out because trading is all you can think about, and the Forex market is all I can think about. Trust me, I've been there. I was there for a while. You might just need to find something else to occupy that brain space. Find something else that interests you and see if you can trade effectively despite the fact that Forex isn't the only thing that occupies your mind now. Because let me tell you, as time goes on, that's going to happen. You're going to think about it less and less and less and less. But you're still, if you want to have good performance, you're still going to have to trade just as much as you were doing before. So you may as well get used to it now. Find something, whether it's a video game or a particular category of science you've always been interested in, a Netflix show, anything that is going to take up that brain space where Forex used to take up. Because I'm telling you right now, Rob, and you know this too, the people who just have trading on the mind all the time, they're not good traders. They overthink everything. They get burnt out. This is not the headspace you want to be. So the quicker you get out of that headspace, I think long term, if you can still stick with trading and still keep doing it despite the fact that you're not thinking about it too much, the better off you're going to be. So you may as well start now.
We covered a lot of this in episode 5 in our overtrading. And we talk about the people that are overtraders. They're high energy people. They want stimulus all the time. And we talked about you've got to break the stimulus. You've got to find other things that stimulate your mind outside of trading, and we go through a whole list of things. So yeah, if you get burned out, it means you are a high energy individual and you just went too far. But telling a high energy individual to just not be that way is dumb. So you have to replace the stimulus you're getting from the market with other sources. So go to episode 5. We got a whole bunch of sources you can check in on that one.
Yeah, and I guess the reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I was this way for a lot longer than I should have been back in the day. I would go to Dukas Copy TV and just always hit refresh until one of the new news clips came up that, as we've talked about on the show, means absolutely nothing. But I was just so in it, and I couldn't break away from it. And as a result, I was not a great trader for a long time until I got rid of all that. So those are your two solutions if you're getting burnt out. One, change your time frame to a longer time frame. It's not going to hurt your results. It's probably going to help your results. And two, find yourself a new love. Find yourself a new muse, something you can dedicate your brain space to. So when you go trade, trading isn't the only thing on your mind. Number 3, the last one we have here, we alluded to it earlier in the show, and this is if you're losing a lot. Rob, we've talked about this too, and I think the solutions are very obvious, but I think they're worth repeating. The first one is find out why you're losing. And how do we find out why we're losing? Through our journal. Don't have a journal? That's probably why you're losing.
Absolutely. It should be in your journal. But it's going to be very, very difficult for anyone to really evaluate yourself if you're still in the fight. Like, imagine you are a boxer and you're in a boxing match and your corner's like, hey, I want you to think about all the errors you made in round 3, and it's round 7. And someone's punching you in the face. I mean, can you even imagine trying to actually think about the stuff you threw in round 3 and how you didn't do it right? You have to take a step back. And this is where if you're in a situation and you're not getting the results you like, you have to take a step back, because if you don't sever that, it's like that analogy I just said. Is you're getting punched in the face still. It's very hard to look back and see what you did wrong in round 3. So I think you have to take a step back. You have to stop the stimulus, take a step back, look at your journal, really do a deep dive, and really figure out what is going on. We did a whole episode on dealing with slumps, and we talked about the first thing you need to do is make sure that you aren't the reason. If you are the reason, there's no reason to go back to trading until you fix that mistake. So the dealing with slumps episode, number 1 is you got to make sure that you're not the mistake. Now look, this actually could be impaired with number 1. You could step back and say, why am I sucking so bad lately? And then it'd be like, oh yeah, my life's not going great at the moment. And then all of a sudden you recognize, oh, I need to take a step back, not because I'm a bad trader, it's because my life is in shambles. And we just talked about that one. So the first thing you got to do is look at yourself in the mirror and say, am I the reason for the slump?
And you are almost certainly the reason for the slump, because as Rob's Flat Earth Trading Society YouTube channel illustrated, that it almost doesn't matter what trades you take. As long as you manage them the right way, which is not hard to do, then you're gonna be a plus money trader. So if you're not even doing that, then there has to be something wrong. And that's where I think journaling is so important. And this is where I would differ from Rob a little bit. I wouldn't even say you need to take time off. I would say when you sit down to trade, let's say you're trading the daily chart. I always say 10, 15 minutes is all you need. Maybe go 30. In that first 15 minutes, have your journal open. Look back at your mistakes so you're aware of them and they're fresh in your head. Because a lot of times we'll make mistakes sometimes, repeat mistakes, and forget like, oh crap, I've made this mistake before. Well, don't allow yourself to do that this time. Have all those mistakes that you have made in your trading history fresh in your head as you go into today's trading session. That way you're a lot less likely to make them. I think that's always a really good way to go. And by doing that, you can slowly eliminate them month by month by month. I will bet if you do this, you will see a decrease in mistakes made month after month, because it's just like we do on the show, Rob. You have to identify the problem first before you can do anything about it.
I'm going to disagree with you a little bit here, because if you are making the same mistake that you made last month, 2 months ago, then obviously you haven't fixed anything. And you just saying, don't make that mistake again, is going to fail again, because you did that last time, you did it the time before. So I think if you are repeating mistakes, I think a break is warranted, because you can't fix this by willpower. You can't fix this by, hey, you know what, I'm just not going to do it again because you said that last time. You're just going to do the same thing again. So I like taking a break, stepping back, looking at why you're doing these things, take a deep dive, and like overtrading. Why am I overtrading so much? Well, go to the overtrading episode. We talk about all the reasons why people overtrade. You have to fix that before you come back. If you don't fix it and you think that you can just not do it next time, guess what? You're lying to yourself. You've told yourself 3 times before in the past that you wouldn't make that mistake, and you've made it 3 times. You think you're going to follow it? the fourth time, no. Figure out what rules you can put in place, what things you can do to not even get in that situation. Then you're ready to come back for trading. So I like the break to fix mistakes that are compounded, that have been made over and over and over again. I think you have to step back because it's your system that needs to change. There's something in that system that you can't follow. I definitely like a break in that situation.
Man, I don't know. It's like if you're sitting there with a spreadsheet in front of you, a journal in front of you, and one of the biggest mistakes you make is over leveraging, and you've looked at it, and then 5 minutes later you go in and over leverage on a trade, like you might just be defective and you don't belong in this arena. And we've talked about that too in our episode on quitting. Not everybody's made for this game. That is a possibility. I suppose the only way to fix that is to, two ways. Either A, have the self-awareness to realize you're not meant for this. Two, maybe as Rob said, I don't know. I hate to give you this one, Rob, but I might. Maybe taking a break is going to somehow fix this deficiency. I don't know. But there's very other solutions I can think of. Maybe just stepping away for a moment, could be the move.
Patrick, we agree a lot on this show, but I cannot disagree with you more. Remember the story I told where I would print out on a label maker all the mistakes that I shouldn't make, and I put them, I stuck them to my monitor to where when I was looking at my monitor, I was literally looking at don't make this mistake as I was making the mistake. Now, you could look at that and say, oh, this guy's broken. This guy's the dumbest person in the world. He'll never make it. I did make it. What I did is I stepped back and I psychologically worked on myself because there was something defective in me. You are right. There absolutely was something defective inside of me. I could have quit and gone to done something else. Or I could put in the hard work of going through psychological reasons and figuring out, I'm going to make this mistake every time. How in the world can I trade? What systems can I put in place that make it to where I don't even have to make this decision? That's the whole point of this podcast, is you can't fix it with determination. You have to figure out how to do it. And if you're in the boxing match still getting punched by the market, you can't figure it out. You got to take a step back.
Well, before we end it here, Rob, I want to pull on that just a little bit more because that is really interesting. That is a good example. I have no examples myself. Well, I have to sit there and think X equals Y, A equals B. So when you realized that you had your own mistakes staring you in the face and you still made them, did you take time off? And what happened during that time off to get you to correct this behavior overall? I'm curious now.
This is the basis for this entire podcast and everything we do at Maverick for trading psychology, is that there are things that you are fundamentally broken when you go into the market. Everyone has something that is not suited for life as a trader. Behavior change is extremely hard. And it is a process. Nobody, and I'm just going to take something like alcoholism. So let's say that, if someone is an alcoholic. You don't go to an AA meeting once and you be like, you know what? I'm good. I'm never going to drink again. No, it is a long process of being mindful, of avoiding, they talk about if you drive home past your favorite bar on your way home from work, change your route. Drive a completely different route to where you're not seeing where that bar is. If there's people in your life that you always drink with, maybe you need to break away from those people and get some different friends that don't drink. There's things that can be done to where, when you're an alcoholic, it's a struggle your whole life. There's absolutely things you can work on, and it doesn't happen overnight. It can take years and years to really do some behavior change. You don't have to quit trading and spend years and years trying to change this behavior, but you do have to be aware. And I like the break to make you very aware, to really be like, oh, I've made this mistake 4 times. I suck. This is broken in me. And then you have to go through the process of How am I going to fix it? And let me tell you what, you will make that mistake again. But here's the great thing. Where you were making it every single month, now you're making it once every 4 months. That's improvement. And then all of a sudden, now you're only making it once every year. And then all of a sudden, it pops up out of nowhere where you haven't made the mistake for 5 years and you make it again. Just like an alcoholic, you're not done. You have to be on guard all of the time. So again, I am very passionate about this. This is the whole purpose of what we do, is you have to become self-aware. And a break forces people to become self-aware if they're really intent on improving themselves as a trader.
So this is good. Sometimes when Rob and I disagree, you can take all of the options, all of the arguments we've set out, and decide what's best for you. Because I really like episodes like this because I think they're a lot more familiar to traders than some of the other episodes we do on here that might be a little more niche. I think this applies to almost everybody. Either it already has applied to you or it will apply to you at some point. So it helps to have a psychological game plan on what to do when you return. So on that note, thank you for joining us here on the Trading Psychology Podcast. Rob and I will both. See you next week.
Goodbye.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every episode, his face will soon be on the Kiwi dollar. It is Rob Reinhold.
And you're right. I look exactly like a Kiwi.
Perfect. So if you don't know why Rob and I have been away as much as we have, we had a little bit of travel crossover, and then I got sick. So we thank everybody for sticking with us and being patient. A lot of you are asking if we had shuttered the podcast. No, we have not done that. We will tell you when that day comes. But for now, we are carrying on because...
Hey, Patrick, can I just jump in here? Since you called me a Kiwi, I have to share a Kiwi experience from New Zealand with everyone.
Oh, please do. So, yeah, before we go on, yeah.
Again, I would not share this if it wasn't one of the most ridiculous things I've ever done in my entire life. We laugh about it so much now. So we think, we got to do New Zealand stuff. So we signed up for this Kiwi spotting tour. Kiwis are nocturnal. So it started at like 11 p.m. And this guy was running the tour. I've never seen anyone so excited about not just Kiwis, about any animal in general, to where it was like kind of creepy and weird, like a little bit like, this is a little bit maybe. Anyway, you get the point. So we go out in the middle of not the jungle, but in the middle of the forest, and we're walking for hours, like 2 hours of walking in the dark. And then we go through training of how to spot this Kiwi. And we all work on how to get in a line, because you're only going to see this Kiwi for 2 seconds. And he wants everyone in the group to be able to see it. So you have to line up. So we're doing like boot camp style lining up in the middle of the forest, in the middle of nowhere. And then he lines us up along these trees. And he just tells us, all right, stare out. You and then you give a signal, not a yell, but a signal that you see something. That went on for 1.5 hours. And I remember just thinking, I'm looking out into the darkness. I can't see anything. It's like 1 a.m. And I'm thinking, am I being punked? Surely I'm being punked. Surely this is the biggest joke ever. Ever. Just staring out. You couldn't make a sound. You couldn't move. You just had to give a hand signal. Oh my gosh. And pretty soon I'm like, we're being punked so bad. They're going to say, surprise, this is all on candid camera, whatever. Anyway, in the end, we did end up seeing a Kiwi, and he was right. We saw it for about 2 seconds, and then we left. So that is my Kiwi story. So unless you really love Kiwis, I would say go do something else.
And by law, you are not allowed to take pictures of them, are you?
No, I didn't have enough time to take a picture of it.
Okay. Yeah, I always heard you're not allowed to do that. That's a big problem out there for some reason.
Yes, they're very protected.
Yeah. Okay. So are you familiar? Did you guys have snipe hunting growing up in Utah? We did in the Midwest.
Yes. And you know what? It was basically a snipe hunt. That's basically what we were on.
Okay. For anybody that doesn't know that, in a nutshell, it's pretty much a joke. They say, hey, we're going to go snipe hunting. You got to take this bag and bang it on the ground, and it's all, and then they just have you try to do that while they leave you in the middle of the woods. It's a big joke. It kind of reminded me of that. I haven't thought of snipe hunting in probably 30 years.
Yeah, and that was the thing, is that anyone who didn't know, they stayed out there looking for it. And everyone who does know, you just go back to where you started the snipe hunt, and you laugh at all the others. And it takes hours for the other people to come back and find out that they were ditched. Not all that funny.
Right, but a nice moment of camaraderie, I guess. So, well, now that Rob and I have scratched our itch there, let me go ahead and say that we do have some really interesting episodes coming up on our spreadsheet, but you guys, the viewers, the listeners, have given us in the comments section of, I think it was the fantasy football episode, some really interesting ideas for episodes. So we are going to do that this week and in the next episode as well. So thank you for that. You are prolonging the life of the Trading Psychology Podcast all by yourself. And this one right here was a user suggestion, Rob, and I'm going to hand this over mostly to you. We're talking about scalping, so short-term trading, versus swing trading, which is a longer-term style of trading. We will define those terms and make them a bit more narrow in a moment. But actually, you know what, Rob? Let's do that now. Because you see so much of both of this, because Maverick does allow you to do things either way, provided you show proficiency at it. If you had to define scalping and you had to define swing trading, time frame wise, how would you do it?
Well, you're giving me an assignment of something that I truly, truly hate. I truly hate these terms. But I fully understand why people use them, because you do have to clarify your intended time that you're going to hold the trade. Like, I do feel like that is part of your trading plan. You have to define it. You have to say, this is what my plan is. I think I'm going to hold trades for about this long. But it really bugs me that, there is no governing body of trading. So, if we could go back to, the 1970s and to where the governing body of trading got together and they all decided, as a group, what these terms meant and how they were put together, and then they published those results to everybody, then these terms would mean something. But guess what? Somebody back in the past that had their opinion decided to call something scalping, call something swing trading, call something position trading, and everyone else said, okay, we'll go along with that. So look, I'm just going to say what I've heard. Scalping is, intraday trading, where you're likely to hold less than an hour. Then you have day trading, where you're going to hold less than a day. Swing trading, 2 to 20 days would be what I've heard for swing trading. And then position trading is going to be 4 weeks to a couple months. Those are the terms I've heard, but it bothers me to even use those terms. But I understand we do have to put them in categories.
Yeah, and I hate it too. But for the sake of what we're talking about, let me go ahead and agree and disagree with one thing. One, yes, even talking about this is just nauseating because there is no defined term. I've even mentioned something like this on one of my videos, and I had people come in and say, no, that's not what scalping is. I'm like, well, do you have a copy of the Almighty Trading Bible that I don't have? Who is the authority that says what this is and what this isn't? Everybody defines it different. Now, where I'm going to disagree is, maybe I'm just disagreeing because I hate the idea of this, but talking about how long to hold on to a trade, because that all depends on the trade. If you're scalping and you have a great trade that just keeps going, well, I mean, you could hypothetically hold that for days or even weeks if it just keeps on. So yeah, that's the whole reason. We've talked about this before. Why I never really got into options, because I don't like to be governed by time. I like my trade to do what it needs to do, regardless of how long that is. So yes, agree. It's a pain in the ass, and there really is no hardcore time frame on this. Also disagree, if we are going to measure it, I wouldn't measure it by how long you're going to hold the trade. That just feels like a door I don't want to open.
Well, let me jump in here, and I use the phrase intended time you're going to be in a trade. And your system is pretty much going to determine that. For example, if I am a trader and I use very tight stops, I might say, I want to be in this one for 100 days. There's no way in hell I'm going to be in that one for 100 days. I'm going to get knocked out. Or I could be someone with a very, very loose strategy. And then all of a sudden, I might be able to hold it for my intended period. So I think the best way to figure out your defined term is look at your current trades, find the average of the daily, of how many days held or hours held, find that average, and then you can put yourself in that category. Oh, I'm a swing trader. I'm a scalper. I think you look for your average because I think you're right. I think the trade is going to tell you when you're in or out of it. Or sorry, it's going to tell you when you're out of it. That's not able to be quantified. It's going to happen when it happens. But I think if you take all your trades and you average them out, you're going to find out my average holding is 10 days. Okay, you probably fit into the swing trader bucket.
So let's, for the sake of this episode, tell me if you agree with this, and we can go ahead and use it if you like it. I would take the length of holding a trade out of it and just say scalping mainly. You're going to be using shorter time frames. The London session, the US session, the Asian session, those things mean a lot more to you. And there's a better than average chance you're going to be in and out of that trade within the same day. To where swing trading is almost everything beyond that, I would say. To where sessions don't mean as much to you, and you're going to have longer stop losses, things like that, and you're going to allow the trade to play out on a longer time frame. Let's just say that. Fair?
I actually love that definition that you said where you talked about how the times don't matter. If you are trading the London session, you are a scalper in the classic definition. If you're trading the US session only, then you are a scalper. I really like that in Forex trading to really differentiate between the two. So I'm all aboard on that one.
Yeah, well, I think I will write the definitive Forex Bible one of these days. But let's move on. So now that we have an idea of what it is, just to avoid confusion. I think everybody already knew, but I just didn't want people coming and saying, actually, okay, we're past that. Now, before we talk about the unique psychologies for each one, real quick, kind of qualify yourself here, Rob. We do have some people that are new. Rob runs the prop firm that I'm a part of, Maverick Trading, and he sees so many different types of traders every single day. And so you have scalpers. You also have swing traders because Maverick allows that. What would you say the ratio is of each if you had to put a number on it?
I would say the current number, I would say, 80 to 85% will fit into the swing trading or longer category. I think so. But here's the evolution of a trader. And let's see if, Patrick, you followed the same way. Everyone gets into either day trading or scalping because you think, oh, I can get in and out. I can just get in and out. And then you find out, hey, this wasn't quite as easy as I thought it was going to be. I'm making a lot of mistakes because I'm over trading, all that stuff. So then you start to back off to longer time frames. Would you agree that that's pretty much the evolution of all traders?
I would say so. And to be fair, I don't think it's because of our instant gratification tendencies. I think we all have that. But when you go learn about Forex and technical analysis for the first time, all they do is show you 15-minute charts and maybe if you're lucky, the 5-minute chart. And on top of that, every single tool they put on there works like a charm and gives you an amazing trade. So, of course, in your mind, like, yeah, well, why would I spend any more time than, why would I extend these things out for weeks when I can just sit down, make a ton of money off these amazing trades on the 15-minute chart, and then call it a day? That sounds awesome. And so that's what I want to do. And then you marry yourself to that ideology, only to find out later that scalping is a horrible, shitty lifestyle for most people. And it takes away a lot of your day. It burrows into your mental health and often your physical health. And you just look for a better way. And sometimes there's not somebody there to say, hey, there is a better way. All you had to do was just zoom out and take a longer term time frame. I think a lot of people just burn out because scalping is really hard and it is certainly not for everybody.
All I can do is agree 100% with everything you said.
Yeah. So, but regardless, we do have scalpers on my channel. I know that for a fact, and that's what they like to do. They are successful at it, from what I understand.
And we've got people scalping at Maverick, and they're successful at it.
Sure. Yeah. So we can't sit there and say one is good, one is bad. But what we do know is there are two very defined sets of psychology for each one. So since it's been so long since I've really scalped, I mean, I do remember it pretty well, but I think you can speak a lot more to this part, Rob. Tell us what you think if you're going to come in as a scalper and you've decided that's how you want to do it. What are some tips that you can give people to hopefully ensure that they won't burn out, or they won't burn out as quickly as your average new scalper would?
I think the best way to really think about scalping is to bring in a boxing analogy. So in the world of boxing, you have rounds. You have these rounds. And I don't know if you've ever done any boxing or any sort of professional fighting.
2 years.
But one round is super intense. And when people say, oh, a 3-minute round, 3 minutes. Do you know how long 3 minutes is in the world of boxing? I mean, Patrick, how long did a round seem like to you?
It seemed like an eternity. I mean, there's some times where you felt pretty confident going in, but if it was somebody who was equal to you or better than you, my God, all you wanted to do was get out of there.
Or if your cardio wasn't quite up to snuff, that's a bad one. When your cardio isn't on point and you do a 3-minute round, by 2 minutes, like, you can't lift your arms up. So it's super intense.
No, and that's the thing too. You're not really, anybody who's done this knows, you're not really afraid of getting hit. You're afraid of getting tired. Because if you're tired and you still have a minute to go, again, that's going to seem like 10 minutes, and you're helpless. You're stuck in a ring with a madman who's trying to kill you, and you can't even really defend yourself. That's the one thing you try to avoid more than anything when you're in the ring, and that's why you do the cardio. It's not so you don't get hit. It's so you don't get tired early.
Yeah, and I used to do grappling tournaments, and the only time I would tap out is when I was gassed out. Like, you know, when you fought, and like, you're just gassed out, and the person put you in a move that didn't really, like, you know, you didn't really need to tap, but you knew that, like, hey, I'm gassed. I'm totally gassed. So I brought up this analogy to really get you in the right mindset of a scalper. You're a boxer. All your training is all about 3 minutes. That's it. You have to go 3 minutes. You have to go 3 minutes full blast, and you've got to be perfect in those 3 minutes. And then after those 3 minutes, you get a break. Now, look, in the world of boxing, you have to do 10 rounds. But in the world of trading, let's just talk about 1 round. You're doing a 1-round boxing match. So think about what you would do to make sure that you were completely physically and mentally ready for that 3-minute round. There would be a different preparation. There would be a totally different preparation that you would go through to make sure that 3 minutes you were really there. Again, you would do, you know, some meditation. You would do a little bit of warm up, but not get too tired. And there's things you would do. Same thing in the world of trading. In scalping, you're going into the market, and it's going to be intense. It's going to be intense. It's going to be short term. It's going to be a lot of activity, a lot of things coming at you. You need to be on point. But the thing that you need to understand is that you need a break. Because even if you are a top athlete, after 3 minutes, you need a break. You need a break. So in scalping, this is where discipline comes in. Very, very important. That you are in and you're out of your sessions, and then you walk away. Patrick, what do you think about that?
Well, I just want a little bit of clarification here. Do I walk away and then I'm allowed to come back? Or once my session's over, it's over, turn off my charts and go do something else?
Well, let's go back to a boxing analogy. You get 1 round a day. You get 1 round a day. Right? So your trading day is going to be the equivalent of a 1 boxing round, where you're in there and out of there. Now, look, we all love trading so much. Here's the thing is the things we love, we would love to have a 5-minute or sorry, not a 5 minute. Yeah, a 5 minute boxing match or a 10 minute boxing match. How about a 1 hour boxing match that we love? We love boxing so much and we enjoy it so much. We want to do a 2 hour round. Do you see how all of a sudden how good you will be as a boxer is going to suffer because you made the round longer? As a trader, if you think you can scalp and sit there for 7 hours a day at peak mental capacity, you're crazy. It's the same thing as trying to be a boxer and doing a 1 minute or a 1 hour round. You can't be there the whole time with everything you have, and that's what you need for scalping.
Okay, I can certainly go along with that. I like that idea too, because usually with scalping, at least with me, I extended it all the way out into like a 6-7 hour session, and man, it just was not the way to go in any way, shape, or form. Sure, I was always present for setups, which was, I guess, the good part, but that was really the only good part. I've given my rant on scalping before. I've done it. Just it takes a special type of person, and if it's you, that's great. But just know, if you don't like it, it's not the only way. You can also go into swing trading. Now, Rob, did you have anything to add before we get into the swing trading part?
I do. I remember you telling stories about how you would come home from work and then you would immediately go into trading. And if that was scalping, again, think about this as a boxing match. You've already done a full workout. You've done a full workout already at the gym. And then you're going to go into a 3-round boxing match with some monster who's been resting for 2 days. Like, you're going to get killed. So when you're thinking about scalping, you really have to think about you need to be 100% there, 100% with it, and just ready to go. And then when the round's over, the round's over. And so stuff like, I remember I used to try to do this as a younger trader, is, hey, there's news overnight at 2 a.m., so I wake up at 1:57 a.m. I wake up at 1:57 a.m. and get in front of my system, and I think I'm going to be the best scalper that I could possibly be. No, I've got so many things working against me. So you really have to treat this as a round of boxing. What did you do before that round to prepare for it? And then when it's over, how do you wind down and how do you get ready for the next round tomorrow? You really have to look at it that way. You can't just be waking up in the middle of the night and think you're going to be ready.
Yeah, I mean, why would you give yourself 2 full-time jobs? That's pretty much exactly what I did. I was physically tired. I did give myself maybe a half-hour break, but when you work at night, you come home, London session's about to start on the Pacific Coast. So that's just how I did it. I had the discipline to say, okay, this is how it's going to be, but it was really still the wrong move. I wish there was somebody there from the beginning to say, look, it doesn't have to be that way. And for most people, it shouldn't be this way. There is a better method out there, and that is swing trading. So, swing trading is what I teach. I say the daily chart is the most optimal way to go. I have transitioned into the weekly chart because the daily chart just doesn't fit my lifestyle anymore. I'm missing out on too many opportunities. And I would say so far, so good on that. But for most people, I think the daily offers that nice balance between always being active, because you're going to be active every single trading day, and getting the best of it. Because the more you zoom out for technical analysis, the more accurate your tools are, no matter which tools you use. That's always been the case. So you're really getting the best of everything. However, Rob, I have a list of things in front of me that I can speak to where you're getting the best of it, but for some reason, people still want to make this a lot harder than it needs to be. But I want to hear what you have to say about this before I get into mine, because I might rant for a minute here.
When I first started trading in 1997, I started out day trading stocks. And looking back on it, thank God the stock market was only open 7.5 hours. Thank God that I didn't have a mobile device in my pocket where that I could make trades. And thank God that I didn't have internet at my house. And I'm saying all that because I was still making a lot of mistakes. So let's say that somebody makes a mistake 10% of the time. So let's say that a trader makes a mistake 10% of the time. So 1 out of every 10 trades, they make a mistake. Well, if you are a swing trader and you're making 10 trades a month, okay, you're making one mistake a month, and that mistake is going to hurt you. It's going to drag down your performance. It's going to have all the issues. Imagine you're a scalper. Now, I would do day trading and start out, and there would be some days where I would make 20, 30 trades. And if I'm making mistakes on 10 to 20% of those trades, that's a serious drag. That's a lot of drag. And that's the problem with scalping, especially in the beginning, is that until you are perfect, you're simply amplifying the mistakes. So if you're making 10 trades a day and you're making, let's call it 20% of the trades you're not quite perfect on, you're blowing 2 trades a day, which is going to have a serious drag on your overall results. And especially if those mistakes are major, like pulling a stop and taking where you're getting 1% gains, but then you take a 10% loss, that is killing your results, absolutely killing it. So what it really comes down to is, as a new trader and as a developing trader, and even as a professional trader, you're not going to be perfect. Patrick and I have been very, very honest and say we misclick buttons still to this day. I still to this day misclick buttons on orders. So I am going to have a percentage of my trades that are mistakes. Now, over time, you're going to narrow that down to where it's close to zero. But in the beginning, if you keep clicking buttons, that is going to hurt you over and over and over again. And that's why I think you want to start, not start like we all started with scalping and day trading. Start with longer term trading, get those mistakes out of the way, and then you can start looking at shorter terms. But people hardly do it that way.
Yeah, and what's worse is when they finally cross over into swing trading, they still deep down want to be a scalper. The great thing about trading off the daily chart, for example, I can't really speak to the 4-hour or anything like that, but as far as the daily goes, you get to open your charts up at a specific time of day, look them over, do what you have to do, shut it down, and then 15, 20 minutes later, you're done. You can get on with the rest of your life. It is phenomenal. Yet, somehow, that's not good enough for most people. They still want that, I'm doing air quotes, trader lifestyle, where they're just all about trading all the time and it permeates their life and it makes them miserable. Problem is, that's also going to get you to do things you shouldn't be doing. Things like that are going to get you to deviate from your system. So what I tell people when they swing trade, and I've said this on my channel numerous times, is don't make yourself frantic for no reason. How do you do that? Don't look at your phone. Don't have your trading app on your phone and open it during the day. The only reason I will allow you to have a trading app on your phone is if it is, 1, not on any of your home screens, and 2, the only reason you would even have it is if we have another 9/11 and the market is going absolutely crazy and you need to jump in and do some type of triage to your account due to slippage or factors that might be beyond your control. That's the only reason you would ever have an app on your phone. I don't have any type of apps, trading apps, financial news apps, anything like that on my phone because I shouldn't be looking at it. Because if I do, it's going to compel me to barge in where I don't need to be and do something I don't need to do.
I totally agree. And this is just coming back to making mistakes. As a younger trader, and I will use the term younger trader in both ways. Both younger as far as experience and younger as in age. And I'm going to talk to the men especially here. I was full of fire and full of energy and full of anger as a late teen, early 20s male when I got into trading. And that permeated into trading. Now, at the moment, I couldn't see it. There's no way I was self-aware enough to see the destruction that I could potentially cause. Now that I'm older and I look back, I'm just not sure. And again, I hate to say this because I don't want to dash any young 20-year-old boy's hopes of becoming a trader, but I really think it's my duty to tell you, you're the most dangerous to yourself as a young man at the age of 20. You got a lot of things swirling around. I know you think you're in control. I thought I was in control. I fully thought I was in control. But, when you get to be old and you look back and you say, okay, I totally slowed down my progression and my success in my 20s by being overzealous, over energetic, over optimistic, overconfident, over everything. And so I just really want to just caution anyone in their 20s that's natural, that's normal, that's how biology works. Just be really, conscious and self-aware that, hey, you have more obstacles just because of your age. And it's not because of age. Age is just a number, but it's because you still have all those hormones and all those things swirling around your system that, a 70-year-old man just doesn't have to deal with. Not that I'm 70, but they just have to deal with a lot less. So again, back to psychology is, you put yourself in that scalping mentality where it feels right, it feels natural, but you are so dangerous because number one, you don't know enough to even know you're dangerous. Number two, your chemistry swirling around in your body is the most dangerous it's going to be in your life. It's why scalping is really a bad idea for most people early on. If you want to be a scalper later on, great, but not a place to start.
No, but again, it's impossible to tell anybody. It's possible to anybody in their 20s, anything really, including how we were when we were in our 20s. Everybody's got stories of all the wild and crazy things they did in their 20s, unless they're dead or disfigured, because they probably did something stupid in their 20s. So it's just one of those things. Hope you make it out on the other side, but if you can take advice from people who have been there, then take that advice. And part of my advice is take these landmines out of your way, like a trading app on your phone. Just take it off. Don't allow yourself to be a hormone-addled 20-something and make stupid mistakes. Take the steps now to prevent that monster from creeping in. Also, and I've said this on this podcast, and I think I said it on this podcast for the very first time ever out loud. And I should have said it much earlier because I'll give myself credit. It was kind of a banger of a phrase. It's, if you're a swing trader, treat trading like a data entry job. Go in, do the things your system is telling you to do. Do not question it. Just put it in. Whatever happens is going to happen. Close the computer and walk away. Yeah, you're going to take losses. You might take strings of losses, and you're going to wonder, why am I doing it this way? Because you have to look long term. If you have a good system and it is back tested to be a good system, then that system should replicate somewhat going forward, and it's just a matter of waiting it out. Again, you're not going to want to do it, especially when you're losing, but there is no other choice. You have to let the system do what it was meant to do, or else how are you going to know? How else are you going to know that the system you back tested and curated even has a chance? You have to let it, and that's literally all you have to do. We talked about this in the Smart Kid episode. If you really were as smart as you thought you were, or as you think you are, you will be able to turn your brain off at appropriate times. But a lot of us can't because we're not as smart as we think we are. The best way to be as smart as you think you are and have great results in a field where most people fail is to do exactly what I just said. Turn your brain off, enter it in like data, some drone job that everybody hates, where you just put in data and leave, and do just that.
Totally correct. And I think today's motto for the podcast should be trade smarter, not harder. And in one of our earlier episodes, we made a joke about making trade harder t-shirts that we could sell, trade harder. And we kind of joked about it, but it's kind of ironic because in pretty much all other areas in your life, your effort determines your success. Especially like things like going to the gym, getting back in shape, even your career, how much effort you put in your career. And like if you're going to school, if you put in a lot of effort into your schoolwork, you're going to get better grades. And so all of these things out there in the world, it's all about effort. And trading, oh my gosh, trading is almost the opposite. The more effort you put in, the less results you are likely to get because of all the psychological issues that we've talked about. So in trading, effort is a negative. And I want you to really think about that. Trading harder, trying harder, pushing harder, trading more, trading bigger. It's all a negative. It's all negative. Trade smarter, not harder. So, can you make money scalping? Yes, you can. Is it harder? Yes, it is. Trade smarter. Less effort typically equals better performance. I know it's the opposite of everything in life, and I'm sorry it doesn't work the same way. But less effort equals better results in trading.
You nailed it. If I'm going head to head with somebody in a trading contest, I hope they trade harder than me because they are going to lose. Because unlike them, I'm actually letting my system do the work, regardless of what that system even is. I mean, for God's sakes, Rob created a YouTube channel where he flipped coins and used Ouija boards, but just did everything else right and kept his stay the fuck out of the way. Repeat. Do you have anything to add on to that before we close?
Just a big old amen, brother.
And on that note, thank you for welcoming us back into your lives here at the Trading Psychology Podcast. Rob and I will both see you next time.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every episode, he's everybody's mentor. He's Rob Reinhold.
Hello, everybody. It's nice to be here.
And just so everybody knows, I need to remind everybody listening to this fine podcast every 5 episodes or so, we are brought to you by Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies. Rob, if anybody's new out there and you want to give them the 30-second elevator pitch of what you guys do over there, what would you say?
Okay, here is the pitch. We are a U.S.-based prop firm. We've been in business since 1997. We started our currency division in 2009. We've been doing this a very, very long time. And I now have to call us old school prop because there's a new style of prop trading that's come up that is all based on challenges. So you join these firms, you do challenges. If you pass the challenge, you get a little bit more capital. If you script the challenge, you go back to the beginning. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with those, and those are great businesses. And there's some that run them very legitimately. We're old school prop in the fact that prop used to be where you brought in a trader and you trained them. You trained them and you helped them out. And you coached them and you mentored them and you stayed with them through their live trading, their demo trading, everything into where you got them to where they're on their own feet. Our goal at Maverick Trading, and I've said this for years, let's say that the Maverick Trading headquarters had a gas leak, it blew up and it killed all of the management and all the coaches and all the mentors. All of our traders, I hope they are sad for give us 10, 15 seconds. That's not too much to ask. And then shrug your shoulders and say, I'll be fine anyway, because you already know what you're doing. That's our goal. Our goal is to have it to where you don't need us anymore, but you want to stay with us because we're a good firm and we also have capital for you to trade.
And they have capital regardless if you're trading stocks or options or Forex or currencies. You can trade any or all of those things. So let's go ahead and move on to this episode, Rob. This is another user submission, and this is a topic that I covered on the first podcast I ever created. It was the Forex Q&A podcast. This was episode 30-something. I don't know, because I used to get this question way more than I wanted it. Let's put it that way. They're just saying, Rob, and you can either rebut it or add to it or agree with it, whatever you want to do. I think mentorship in general can be one of two things. It can either be more of a symbolic mentor, like when I was coming up, I don't think I really had a mentor. People say that Inner Circle Trader was my mentor. I don't know if I would say that, but I did learn from his teachings. And I had some other people like the Daily FX crew that I really liked and things like that. I wouldn't say I had like an actual Mr. Miyagi style, mentor, but there's people that I drew from and learned from. And if you want to call those people mentors, I think that's fine. And that's something you're going to have to do because you have to learn from somebody. You can't. And, I was in your position once.
The eye of the beholder. So I've had a lot of people call me their mentor that I've never seen their face before. I've never even seen them. I would pass them by in a street. And actually, this happens all the time at our summits with you. Okay, I now know a little bit more of who you are. But right at first, it's different. So I love your definitions. I actually would only consider a mentor a one-on-one sit down with you and walk you through things. If you want to use the term symbolic mentor, great. That doesn't bother me at all. But I think it's really that title belongs to someone who has personally got in the trenches with you and fought with you in the trenches. I think that's a mentor.
Okay, good. Because I would like to continue on that particular definition right there. Because I know when these people ask, that's mostly what they're asking. And I have more or less said it on that old podcast episode long ago that I hate every inch of this question so very much. Because first of all, I think it's a very socially awkward question. I mean, if you really sit down and think about it, why would somebody, especially somebody who's busy and has told the world that they're busy, and this is why they trade a certain way, for example, that's why I'm a swing trader, because I have other things to do, in any given day, I'm very busy. And then why, out of all the people who subscribe and listen to my material, why should I separate you out from all of them and then take time out of my day to mentor you? I mean, all of the material is right there for everybody to see. Why do you get special treatment and they don't? That is always my big question. And then I say, look, the type of people who ask questions like this, who want their hand held every step of the way, 999 out of 1,000 times, because of the type of person they are, because they're the type of person to ask this question, they're not going to make it anyway. They're the type that if they don't have somebody over their shoulder all the time, pretty much doing the work for them, which deep down is what I think they want, then their chance of success is almost zero. The best thing for you to do, if you're going to get a mentor, find somebody, one, that that you can see in person, and two, have them work on you and do whatever they can do to make you less helpless in life, because this is just an archetype of person, and I hate to say this because I know some of those people are probably out there, that I just don't want to help because it's pointless. I would rather help people who help themselves, and that's why I made the channel the way it was. And so, but before I rant any further on this, Rob, because I certainly could, this is Intolerant VP talking. I would love to hear your thoughts on this, and if you have any, especially if you have any counterpoints to what I just said, because this is something that has always irritated me. I get where people are coming from, but there is so much free information out there for you to absorb. I mean, I have a whole page of testimonials of people who went pro and got funded based on my material. And I did not personally mentor a single one of them. So all this said, sir, why do you need mentorship given all these other factors?
Well, you don't. You don't. And I love to say this, and I've said this for years, especially when people are thinking about coming on to Maverick Trading. We ask quite a commitment for people before they come aboard, as far as upfront capital, as far as time, as far as commitment. Our training program takes like 120 hours minimum to get through. So it is a very difficult process. But I always tell people, look, you don't need us to be a successful trader. You don't need anyone. And in fact, your success is 100% dependent on you. You're going to make it if you keep trying and never quit. That's how you're going to make it. And for some people, they're going to make it in 2 years, 5 years, 12 years, 27 years, 53 years. Look, there are some people that will probably work their whole life at this and die as a failure. But if they could have lived just a little bit longer, they would have actually gotten over it. My point is that the mentor isn't the key to success. You are. Now, are there things, are there people that can help you through that process, that can help you with both the knowledge? But look, the knowledge is out there. You just have to dig deep enough to find the knowledge. So even the mentor isn't going to be about the knowledge. They're mostly going to be about the stuff like the psychology and the stuff like the motivation. That's really, people always say like, oh, I want, I want to get a mentor. And people say, who would be the best golf mentor for you? And they're always like, Tiger Woods. I'm like, that would be a terrible mentor. He would be the worst mentor ever. How about the coach for Tiger Woods? That's probably a much better mentor. You want someone who is in the business of helping people become professional traders, or at least has done it with hundreds of people before. So no, you don't need a mentor. It's completely unnecessary. Will it help you get through certain parts of the learning curve? Absolutely. But you're still going to have to put in a ton of work, and it's just going to shorten up the time. That's it.
Yeah, and if you look at the people out there who are mentored, these are typically people who have had a very hard life or a very hard childhood, for example. And the mentors that step up are not people they ask to mentor them. They're the opposite of me. They're very kind volunteers who step up and say, I want to make a difference in these people's lives. That's usually where mentorship comes from. Coming to somebody and asking them to take time out of their day and give you special treatment for free is just a very awkward, weird, and shitty question. Even though I know you didn't mean for it to be. Just understand the other side of this equation too, the person you're asking. Because I want the best for everybody who comes through and actually gives my channel and my method the time of day. And so I think it's mostly just disappointment on my end when they just want somebody to stand over their shoulder and teach them and do all the teaching work for them instead of them going in to learn themselves. I'm like, man, there's so many people who come across my channel. The vast majority just don't want to put in the work. And as soon as they realize it is work, they leave. And now you look like you're going to be another one of those people. And it hurts my heart in a way because, I put out there to help people. I did 20 years of hospitality, an entire life, adult life in service. And then I put everything out for free. And that's what I like to do. But there has to be some type of reciprocity there too, to where you have to want to actually take it in yourself without extra help. Now, that being said, Rob, there's a lot of extra help out there beyond just learning material. Do you have anything to add before we get into those?
I do, and I'm just thinking about my own life and the interactions I have with traders. And, when I was really sitting here thinking about what can someone do? What can someone do to help an aspiring trader to actually make it? And I said, it's not about the technicals. Everyone can learn the technicals. It's not about the money management. You can learn that. And I actually thought back to in my life, I have lots of interactions with our traders. A lot of them is, hey, good job. You had a great week. Keep it up. But some of it is, hey, you had a bad week or you had a really bad month. And a lot of times these people are in the dumps. And especially when it's a really bad month and they end up possibly getting a trading suspension. The call I make when someone earns a trading suspension is the most valuable call that I can make as the leader of our firm. And I don't talk about technicals. I don't talk about anything. I talk about, hey, how you doing? How you holding up? And they're like, dude, this sucks. Like I've worked so hard and I was profitable for 6 months and now I took this big hit. I'm in the dumps. And there's tears sometimes. There's tears. My best call I can make is to get that person through the weekend into next week to where they're going to pick things back up, get back on the horse, and work towards getting their trading suspension lifted and back to trading. That's that moment that I think a mentor is the best. Everything else, it's just information. So I know that not everyone has that, and I know that that's not readily available, but those are really the moments. Everything else, you don't need anyone else for any of this stuff in trading.
Yeah, and that really does lead in well to the alternatives that I came up with here. One is if you are a part of a prop firm, I would suggest you join a prop firm that has real people there that can help you should you need it. Again, this isn't going to be one-on-one. You're with them all the time. Don't abuse this help. But at Maverick, for example, not to pump your book any further, Rob, but it's like you have a whole staff of people there. People that you get to know because you take classes from them and you jump into the groups and the rooms and things like that. And that depending on what your situation is, you could reach out for them and ask them for help. I did it with Ankit. I did it with Corey. Thankfully, I never got to the point to where you and I had to have that call. But I'm sure it would have been very productive. And I'm sure I would have probably broken down and cried too, because joining a prop firm was the moment I was working really hard for a very long time. And I felt like, in a very short amount of time, I blew that chance. So, there are times where, those rare times where you really do need somebody there. And if you're already surrounded by those people from the start, well, then it becomes a lot easier than just approaching a stranger.
Well, Patrick, I love this. And let me share with you how I hire a coach at Maverick. So we do all of our hiring internally. Every single person, I shouldn't say every single person, but 99% of the people that I've hired to work internally for Maverick, to where you have more of a role than just one of our traders. We always hire from the inside. So I remember the first time that I hired someone to be a coach, I hired our best trader. I thought, hey, you know what? He's going to make the best coach. Guess what? He was a terrible trader. Sorry, he was a terrible coach and mentor. He wasn't good. So when I now hire someone, I don't necessarily hire the best trader. I could easily hire someone who is, moderately profitable or even mildly profitable. I hire good people with good people skills and the people that care. That's what I hire internally at Maverick, is I hire people that give a shit. That really, I know that when they get on with every single person, they're going to be 100% present and try their best. That's how I hire coaches at Maverick.
And that's really the way to do it, because you already have an idea of what that person is about. So the chances of them being a great, I hate to say, for lack of a better term, mentor, is going to go up. But you have to have the want to, and just not everybody does. And I guess that's where I'm speaking from. It's interesting. I'm back in the States now, and I had dinner with a friend I hadn't seen in a while, and we were talking about the show Billions. Because I used to watch it a lot more than I do now, but we said, okay, who would you be if you were a character on the show Billions? And my friend was like, I would absolutely be Dollar Bill. And I'm like, yes, you would be Dollar Bill. You have most of that guy's traits and rhythms and things like that. And I said, who do you think I would be? And he sat there and he thought about it for a while. He goes, I don't really know who you'd be. I'm like, dude, mine is so obvious. He's like, I give up. Who? I'm like, I am obviously Wendy. She is the psychologist in the room. I have a trading psychology podcast. Apart from Rob Reinhold, who else has that? Nobody. So that might just be what I was put on this earth to do. And he was like, yeah, if you ever wanted to, you could probably go to a big-time hedge fund or someplace and be that in-house psychologist and do a really good job. And I said, shut your mouth. I don't even want to think about having a job like that. That would be the most miserable thing I could possibly think of doing, because I just don't want to take time to do that one-on-one interaction and deal with that. I want to do other things. I can help in other ways. So yeah, you really have to pay attention to the motivations of these people who want to help, because some people do and some people don't. And even if they're mediocre at it, if they at least want to do it, that's why social workers are so hard to hire, because it's a low-paying job that most people don't want to do. So when you find somebody who at least wants to do it, even if they suck and their communication skills are horrible, you still keep them on board, because you can train them over time to be better. But that desire really is quite rare.
Yeah, look, it's like I said earlier in a mentor, there's so much stuff out there nowadays. There's so much stuff. What you really need someone who cares about your success. And we've had other episodes where we've talked about spouses, friends, parents, son or daughters, anyone you can get in your life that is going to be positive. And again, they're not going to know anything about technicals. They're not going to know anything about, when a MACD crosses, what does it mean? They don't need to know that. They need to just be there for you and encourage you.
And as far as who those people are going to be in your life, if you still feel like you need somebody there, don't despair. Like, of course, Maverick is going to have that if you are part of their prop firm. But joining Maverick is very expensive as far as prop firms go. It is not for everybody because a lot of people just simply can't afford to put that much forward simply to join something that may or may not work. So what else do you do in this case? Well, like I said, there are less expensive prop firms. Just make sure it's not the type that Rob was talking about before where they're just all about the tests and then you're kind of on your own. You want someplace, and there are less expensive prop firms, I'm sure, that have this, that have people there that can be on your side should you need it. On top of that, there are other trading communities you can be a part of. I have a Discord. If you go to nononsenseforex.com, go to the facts. There's an invite link in those facts. I like people to be able to find it first instead of just give it to the world and have a bunch of people on my Discord forum that probably don't belong there. So if you really want it, you want to find it, I'll go and tell you where it is. It's right there. And there's so many people there that are going through the exact same things you're going through. And so many people have already been through the things you're going through right now, and they can help you. So that's one option. And another option, and Rob, you mess around with this a lot, so I think you can probably add a bit here, is AI just keeps getting better and better and better. The language models part of it, between ChatGPT and Gemini, and especially Grok. Now, I think right now, for the best version of Grok, you would have to pay for Twitter Premium, but that's far less than you have to pay for a prop firm. And you get something that I think, I actually have an AI language model I can really talk to and really explain nuances to my problems. And they typically get it. They don't get everything right. Like any AI program, you are correcting it sometimes. But man, if I was really in a bad place and I didn't have anybody to turn to, I might feel okay going to AI because what they've been able to help me with so far has really been tremendous.
I've got a little smirk on my face because you've hit one of my, I'm not going to call it a conspiracy theory because it's most likely going to happen. And there's already been several movies about this, of where AI becomes where we go to get our personal interactions. We as human beings, we crave human-to-human one-on-one contact. But yet in the world we live in today, sometimes that doesn't happen. And that's where, a lot of people go into depression, they go into, feeling very low. And, all the studies show that how many social connections you have and the depth of those connections are perfectly correlated to how happy you are as a person. AI, as weird as it is to say now, and I think probably in 10 years, people aren't going to find it weird. Just like when online dating came around, everyone thought it was weird. Now that's literally how you meet people. I think AI psychology is going to be amazing. And not just psychology, but AI friendship. And I've even heard about AI romances that people are deciding, hey, I don't want to go into the dating pool. I'm just going to get that fix that I need as a human being through AI. It's messed up. I know it sounds weird now, but I think we are on the bubble of where this is going to become socially acceptable as an actual companion for you. I know that sounds weird. Go get a real companion. But if you can't find it anywhere, absolutely use it 100%. I think it's going to be more normalized in the future than it sounds now.
So is that the conspiracy? Because I have a smirk on my face because you are the anti-conspiracy theory guy. So is that...
It's not a conspiracy. It's just what I see most likely happening. Conspiracy would be like, do I believe something that I can't prove? Well, I'm projecting my opinion in the future. Conspiracy is more like something's happening now. Like if I said that the lizard people have developed AI to trick us into not dating and not procreating so they can take over the world. That's conspiracy. So it's not conspiracy. It's conjecture.
Gotcha. Okay. But so before we close, I mentioned the 3 AI engines that I like. Do you have any to add to ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grok?
I've definitely played around with them, and it's really not until you go into really detailed things where they seem to, one's better than the other, like really deep programming. I mean, in the end, for what most people are going to use them for, I don't think there is a preference of one or the other. It's only when you get into really deep stuff you're going to find there's a difference. And that's really going to be subject dependent.
Gotcha. Okay. And I guess, kind of what Rob is saying too, or alluding to, is if you use these for help, get in and then kind of get out. Don't become too dependent on it, because I think, I can almost say with certainty that there will be, the better these things get, there will be people out there who become absolutely reliant on these things. And maybe that is going to be a good thing. I can't see that being a good thing, and I don't want humanity to turn into that myself, but I guess that's just a personal.
Yeah, don't fall in love with your AI, is what I'm saying.
Even if she talks like Scarlett Johansson, don't fall in love with AI. And on that note, traders, thank you for joining Rob and I here at the Trading Psychology Podcast. We will both join you in the next episode.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he always is, he is the lost member of the Rat Pack, everybody. This is true. It's Rob Reinhold.
What was once lost is now found. It is so good to be here.
And I mention the Rat Pack because, Rob, you guys had, Maverick had their summit, as they do every year, this time in Las Vegas. Tell us how that went down. Tell us what people did. Any surprises? How'd it go?
Thanks, Patrick. We always have a great time at our summits. And it's kind of this weird thing because putting on an event like this is a pretty big deal. We rent out a big ballroom in one of the big casinos, and we have parties at night, we have dinners, we have lunches. So it's a lot of work. And then, of course, we have to prepare things to talk about with our group. And it's always a little bit of dreading, knowing that it's going to be so much work going into it. But then I see all of my good friends that I see through years. I meet new traders that have just joined us in the past year. And by the end of it, I am just so on top of the world because it's so great to be around other traders. Trading is a lonely game. Even when I started out, it's still a lonely game. And now that everyone is like remote, it's even more lonely. So to be able to get in that environment is just the best. And we had a fantastic topic. It was all about AI and how to use AI to make your trading better. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, I can say, well, from our side, the time I was there at the Trump Tower, super, super fun. Really great to actually meet people who are like-minded, to where, they not only trade, but they went for it and they joined something. And, these are the people that, converse in the rooms and things like that. That was really, I'll never forget it. I had a great time too. Good to see these things are just keep going and going and going. I need to make my way back there sometime. But we need to go into a topic today, Rob, that I saw a lot of during my time in Vegas, based on my definition, not the Webster's definition, and that's insecurity. So it's interesting here because I think there's two different ways you can go here, at least in my mind. I want your take on this, and then we can kind of go from there. So what we always try to do nowadays is define terms, just so we're all on the same page before the show even starts. So I pulled up the definition of insecurity on Google, and it gives you two. The first one is uncertainty or anxiety about oneself, lack of confidence. All right, we'll come back to that one. The second one is the state of being open to danger or threat, lack of protection, like job insecurity, food insecurity. So we're not talking about that one. I want to go back to the first one. Uncertainty or anxiety about oneself, lack of confidence. Now, to me, this has never been insecurity in my mind. This has always just been a lack of confidence, just unconfidence overall. Insecurity, at least in my view, has always been caring too much about what others think about you, not being secure in your own abilities, in who you are. So I'll give you an example. I have two very close friends, and after I tell you about them, you're going to wonder why they're my friends. But I love them. I wouldn't change anything about them. One of them is his life is kind of a mess, and everybody knows it. But when you're out, he always tries to puff himself up and make himself look like this storybook character that he's not. We've all known people like this. There's people who are like that now. He is one of those people. My other friend is actually very successful, a very confident person. But he has this very particular insecurity where if he is around his group of friends and we're out doing something, he is always the one who must be in charge. Not just because he wants to take that leadership role, but because he cannot, just absolutely cannot, sit in the back seat, so to speak. So he would always miss people's birthday parties, for example, because that was something they organized and they ran, and he couldn't be a part of that because he wasn't running it. I do very few things for my birthday. The very few times I did, he always volunteered to host it or do whatever, and I always had my own ideas, and he always found a way not to show up. That's the insecurity that I've always known. Do you think I'm way too far off the reservation here, Rob, or what would you add or subtract to that?
No, I will definitely generally agree with what you just said. To me, the biggest thing about insecurity is the fear of failure. And failure isn't about money. It can be about many things. The fear of failure in dating, the fear of failure in your job performance. All of that stuff, it really comes to me about okay, what if you fail? What is that going to mean to you and how you see yourself, and also how you think people see you? Now, do you notice I didn't say how other people see you? Because most of the time, we don't really know what people are thinking about us. And most of the time, they aren't thinking about us. That is the biggest surprise. Very rarely are people actually thinking about you. But in our brains, we're trying to imagine what other people think about us. And the fear of that, to me, is really the nut of what insecurity is.
No, and that's good, because you didn't go all the way to my side, but you kind of went a little bit of the way, because I think these two things are linked, really. If you hear a yippy dog in the background, sorry about that. Nothing I can do. But, yeah, what you said about it, how you view yourself, because how others view you really isn't that important. I think I've mentioned this on this very podcast at some point. I don't know where I heard it, but for the first 5 seconds, it was the most devastating thing I've ever heard. And then after that, it was the most relieving thing I'd ever heard. And it was a long time ago. And it was, apart from your own mother, at the end of the day, nobody really gives a shit about you. They give a shit about themselves. And that's normal, and that's okay, and you shouldn't ever fault them for that. But just know, you don't have to worry about what people think about you all the time, because they just simply don't. And that's actually kind of great, I got to admit. And so if you've never heard me say that, if that's the one thing you really want to take away, please do, because that really helped me a lot. That kind of allowed me just to kind of be my own person and just go forward with who I was. Instead of, not that I did this a lot, but I think a lot of people do this when they're young and kind of growing up and trying to figure themselves out, is they try to maybe play a part that isn't really them. And it always comes out as very inauthentic, very uncalibrated, and it's just, you think you're fooling people, but you're not. And I was probably doing some of that when I was younger, and I'm so glad I heard that quote, because I don't think I'm doing it anymore, and that was great. So, okay, so with the notes that I see you and I have going forward here, Rob, there's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. I want to start with the first one because I added this one. And I want you to speak to this because I have a little bit of a sample size here, but I don't really talk to people on a deeper level the way you do. So what I said, what I mentioned on our outline, was insecurity amongst female traders. I kind of get this vibe from them on my end. I want to hear what you think. Do you feel like that they feel that they have a hard time competing with male traders because it's such a male-dominated space, and at times they don't really trade the way they're supposed to because of that? Because I've always felt that this was a problem with a lot of female traders, but I don't know that.
This is an interesting question, and of course we're talking about general terms here. But the one thing I do find is that from my male and female traders, my male traders are more competitive. Like, they want to know, hey, was I the best this month? Hey, how did you do? How are you doing? And female traders just don't seem to care about that. They really just don't care about how they stack up to others. They're more about being in competition with themselves. And my male traders, when they go into trade, it's like a fight. They're fighting with the market. And if they feel like they're going into battle, and they have their swords and shields and war paint on. And that's just so different than how my female traders go into the markets. They just, ease into the markets and make their trades and then ease their way out. And there's not this conflict, there's not this strife. So I don't know what that has to do with security or insecurity, but they just aren't as competitive as the men are.
And that really makes so much sense because we have spoken on here before how females are designed to be better traders than men because of the emotions that they have compared to the emotions that we have. We do have those emotions because we feel like we are valued by money, status, things like that, to where women really don't feel that pressure a whole lot. So that's why we go in with the war paint or whatever nonsense we make up in our heads, even though it's numbers on a screen and charts. But yeah, I guess that does make a lot of sense. I've just noticed a little bit of tentativeness between the female traders that I see, to where they want almost everything to be perfect before they take a step forward. Once they're there, it seems like they're there, but it seems like the stages before that, it takes them a little longer to get there because they almost never feel like they're fully ready. Do you see this at all, or are you and I kind of on two different sides here?
No, absolutely. I was just about to add that my female traders, they do better in the beginning, but then once they get more capital, they seem to slow down and they seem to pull back a little bit and become less aggressive. Where my male traders, the more capital I give them, it seems the more aggressive they get. So absolutely, I think for female traders, once they start to get up to the large amounts of capital, I think that's where they kind of hit a wall, whereas the men just don't seem to get to that point.
Okay, good. So let's move on to some of the harms that can occur to insecure traders, which I think we all start out as. Whether it's the classic definition of just overall lack of confidence, which, I almost don't like to talk about that because you and I have really gone over that quite a few times on this show, Rob. It's always okay to do it again. We have a lot of new listeners. But when it also comes to how others may view you, because I admit, and I've told you this many times, in person and on the show, in 2014, I had that insecurity with what are the maverick people thinking about me when I make these trades, and that completely threw me off the road several times. So one of the harms that's on this list is public humiliation. Not to where like the whole world sees what you're doing, but the people who you care about seeing what you do may see you take losses or a string of losses or make a mistake or something like that. What have you seen on your side when it comes to this?
Let me give you a personal example for me, then I have some other examples throughout the years. But I remember my first year of trading, I was always quick to tell people about my wins, but I found myself hiding my losses. And I gave this unreal sense of how it was going because I really wanted to hide those losses. I wanted to, when I just made $4,000 in a week, I didn't go back and tell those same people that I lost 3 of it the next week. I didn't tell them that. And much of that was probably what we're talking about here is that I wanted to present myself as a success, that I was going into this, I put myself out there, people were watching me, and I really wanted people, I really wanted to be successful, but I really wanted that, validation. It's funny to look back on that because I've always been such a confident person, but when I look at how I acted, the fact that that's how I was acting means that that was a concern to me at that moment of what people thought about me. And I realized that, no, that was actually really dangerous to do, that I needed to be as loud about my losses as I was about any gains I had. And frankly, I actually shifted the other way to where I love to talk more about my losses than I did about my wins because I thought that gave just a much more realistic portrayal of what a trader is. And number 2, it was also much better for me just to talk about risk and loss. It just helped me get in a better space than by hiding losses. I think that as a trader, hiding losses is one of those things we do out of shame. And it's because we don't want to feel that humiliation. But I also think it really sets us up for some problems psychologically. I think if you're going to talk about your wins, you got to be as loud about your losses as you are about your wins. And frankly, you should be louder about those losses than you are with the wins.
Yeah, but that's really hard to do, especially at first.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, obviously.
But you do need to qualify yourself, of course. So you do that. But when it comes to day-to-day trading, I never did because yeah, exactly that. This is what people who sell trading signals are guilty of doing. And it's sinister. It's not good. They say, "Hey, we made 400 pips in the month of April." And then they just keep talking. And you're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, time out, time out. How many did you lose?" Because I know that's what they're doing. That's not net pips. They would have said that. But they conveniently left that part out. Because yeah, this is a field that people are going to look at us funny when we go into. It's not conventional. So we want to show them that, yeah, through all the bumps and bruises you have to take just to even get somewhat competent in this field, that we actually made the right decision. And we didn't do something stupid. We didn't veer off the path we were supposed to be on. And we actually are coming out on top. You want people to know that, whether it's actually true or not. So yeah, there's so much pressure coming down on you, and this really falls into my definition of insecurity, because some of the after effects that can happen with this are kind of what you were alluding to too, Rob, overt fear of losses. And if you're constantly afraid to lose, you're going to trade super tentative, and you're going to be so far away from optimized, there is no way you'll actually make money over time. The margin of error in this game is so small that if you're not doing things as optimized as possible, you have no chance. And if you're constantly in fear of losses, just forget it. It's never going to happen. So what we do sometimes also is we overcorrect. If we do take a couple of losses and we're down, now what do we do? Do we do things right and just put our head down and keep going because if it works long term, it works long term? We typically don't. We typically overcorrect and probably over leverage on the next trade. There's all sorts of different wrong directions you can go here simply by having that VP's definition of insecurity. Because at the end of the day, even though what we said earlier is so true, nobody cares, that's never how you see it. You always feel like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders, especially when you first enter this game.
And let's talk specifically about your experience with Maverick and any other person who's done anything with a prop firm. Is that, remember, your goal is just to trade your system methodically without having any deviant thoughts. Yet, it's so difficult, but that is your goal. If you have this thought of, "Oh, I don't want the risk department to call me. If I take another loss, the risk department's going to call me," all of a sudden, you're now bringing in something that's not in your trading plan into your brain. And that's going to cause you to have issues. So as much as we can just isolate the trading the plan, following the rules, and the results will take care of itself, everything else outside of that is negative. And, this is one of them about insecurity about your results. People are going to be looking at your results if you're with a prop firm, and that can cause you to deviate.
And you know what? If you get a call from the risk department, good. That's amazing, because you're clearly going the wrong direction. And I might remind you, you're going to be, or you're at least going to have this skill for the rest of your life. Whether you choose to utilize it or not is up to you. But if you're trading for the next 60 years, you want somebody to come in and correct you now while you're 26 or 32 or 48, whatever you are, because you have a lot of trading ahead of you. So it might feel like a failure if you, quote, get that call. But really, remember this, traders, if it happens, long term, it's one of the best things that could ever happen to you. Take it very seriously. Listen to all the criticism. Do not take it personally. And use that moving forward, because it would not have happened had you had not really needed it at this stage of your trading.
Over all the years that we've done this at Maverick, I've been doing this for 28 years, been in charge of risk management at Maverick for over 20 years. When all the dust settles, no trader likes to be called, told hey, you got to cut some of your position or you got to cut all your position. No one likes to be told that. And there's always, I shouldn't say always, but there's sometimes this battle. Once the dust is settled and once all of the emotions, the high emotions are down, I cannot tell you how many times traders have reached out to me and said, "Rob, thank you. I couldn't I couldn't get out of that trade myself. I'm glad you blew me out of it because I was stuck. Or you're right, I was on tilt. I didn't realize it at the time, but you're exactly right. And it's not my system. And now I'm going to get back and get right back on the horse and trade my system. Once the dust settles after those calls, it's always a very positive thing. But right during that moment, oh, it's very delicate. And there's definitely been some tense moments.
Yeah, and if you're sitting there thinking, things like this would never happen to me because I wouldn't make mistakes like that. I would get out of a trade if I was losing, whatever. Just understand, and we've said this before too, once you go pro, if you decide to go that route, the psychology completely changes. And because of that, it presents a whole new challenge to you. And this is one of the things that if you do go pro, or if you've been here before, you know exactly what I'm talking about, that you are going to have to really deal with. So that's why this episode exists. So on that note, Rob, I say we go ahead and get to the solutions. We have 5 here listed. Rob, go ahead and start us off. Pick your favorite, and I'll go from there.
For me, when you use the term insecurity, it's really about fear of failure. And we like to hide from that. We like to hide, and sometimes we like to dress it up as something else. Take someone who is insecure about their height. They're going to go and get shoes that make them look taller. And that's going to make them feel better about themselves when they go out in public. Now, granted, nothing has changed about them, but how they feel about themselves. So, this, when it comes to coming into the market with insecurity, I think the first thing you just have to get on board with, and I've been doing this since I was a child, is expect the worst and be okay with it. I'm going to say that again. Expect the worst and get okay with it. I think I've told this story before. I'm going to tell it again. When I was a kid, I was probably, 4 or 5. I was very scared that if any part of my body hung over my bed, the monster underneath the bed would grab it and eat me. And if I tried to get up out of my bed and turn on the light, I had to get to the light before the monster got me. And I was scared. I remember being really scared. And one time I was so scared I couldn't get out of my bed and I needed to get up. And I remember having the thought of, okay, what's the worst thing that could happen? And so I imagined that this monster tore me apart, ate me, and then I went to heaven. And I thought, that's not so bad. And I swear at that moment on, my fear went away. And I've been doing this for my whole life, is whenever I've got into something and I'm like, okay, what's the worst thing? What is failure? What is total abject failure to you? I lose all my money and I got to go get 3 jobs. When I started as a trader, I quit my job. My wife was 6 or 7 months pregnant at the time. I told her I wanted to be a trader. And I said, don't worry, honey. I will go get 3 or 4 jobs if that's what it takes. If I don't make it, I'm okay with it. And she got behind me and took a chance at it. So I think to really beat insecurity, if you can go through the worst case scenario, everyone laughs at you, you lose some money, you got to go get another job. And then you're like, you know what? That's not all that scary, actually. You have power now. Once you have got to that worst case scenario, you have power because now you know what the worst case scenario is, and you've already decided that you can handle it. That really helps out with insecurity. What do you think about that, Patrick?
I absolutely love this one. And I heard this the first time, I saw it the first time when I read The 4-Hour Workweek. Tim Ferriss talked about it. He said, and his point is like you were saying too, the worst case scenario really isn't all that bad, so what the hell are you worrying about? He told the story, and I'm gonna butcher it, a friend that went to Ghana for some reason, and then something happened where he couldn't get back. Either he ran out of money, or I don't know what it was, but he was stuck there for 6 months. And he'd never been to Africa before. He's not a seasoned traveler, but he was stuck there, which for some people, if you draw that scenario out, can be pretty scary. And he had to pretty much live off of this corn porridge. He was in the middle of the bush in Ghana. And he didn't get to go back for another 6 months. But when he did, he was actually sad to go back. He got used to things there. He made some really good friends. and he got to see things he'd never seen before, and it turned out to be a really great experience for him, even though that was his absolute worst case scenario as he was flying in, was something like that happening. So it really is true, traders. When you're older, you look back and you see these kids who are like 22 years old, and they lose their, they break up with their girlfriend, and then they just go on this bender, or they do some self-harm, or they have all these terrible, thoughts. And you're like, oh, 22? You pussy. What are you doing? It's so stupid. But it's this very irrational fear that we have in our heads, that if the worst happens, that all of a sudden it's just going to completely sink us. I promise you, traders, it is not. Especially in something like this. There's other prop firms out there. There's so many routes you can go. I've been teasing this video for a long time, but I'm making an opportunities video. There are dozens and dozens of ways you can make good money as a trader beyond just trading. So don't do what I did and think it was 8 Mile and I had one shot, because it's not true. And the worst case scenario is actually not that bad. So just do what needs to be done. All right. Rob, if you don't have anything to add on to that, let's go ahead and hit these other ones. I put down having a well-back tested system. And this isn't the best one because it should work. It should give you confidence. But the whole theme of every single episode we do is to trade your system. The one that you did back test and came out really good, but people just don't do it. But I feel like if you have one as opposed to not having one, then it's at least easier to say, hey, this system does work. And I'm going to say this quote again. What works long-term works long-term. So if you get that call, or if you're not a prop trader and you hit your drawdown limit, for example, maybe it's just a calibration issue. Maybe it was just some rotten luck. You don't know. But at the end of the day, you're going to work your way out of it. You are going to make more money. You will discover other opportunities if this one goes away. But at least having a system that does work, and it's just a matter of you doing it right, at least I can live with that, as opposed to me trading something that at the end of the day, I don't really know if it's going to work or not. Having that level of insecurity, Rob, I think would kill me.
Of course. I mean, that's how life works. You can be confident in shooting a basketball if you've never shot a basketball. It's actually called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Once you get over that overconfidence, you then get to this point where you realize, oh, this is work. Like if you decided I want to be a really good free throw shooter, that's what you decided. That is a lot of work, a lot of dedication, a lot of practice. And what happens is that work, dedication, practice builds confidence. Confidence doesn't come from delusion. It can start there, but true confidence comes through blood, sweat, and tears. So I'm 100% with you. You put in the work, you put in the effort, you do the exercise, you do the back testing. That is absolutely going to help insecurity.
Yeah, that's a big one. Putting in your reps. Confidence comes from doing, and if you've never done it, how much confidence do you expect to have? It's like if you go ask out a girl for the first time, you're going to be a bumbling mess. But if you've done it a lot, then it's just like anything else. You know that it's only going to work sometimes, and you know what to say at this point, and it just becomes a lot easier over time. So I think we talked about this on the show too, Rob. You can't expect to be any good if you haven't done it a lot, and that just flat out takes time. But on that note, I want to get to this one that you added, and we haven't talked about this. And speaking of Las Vegas, Jesus, fake it till you make it is a solution that Rob Reinhold has for everybody. And I want to hear what you have to say about this. I'm very intrigued.
Patrick, I'm going to have you link a TED Talk. There's a TED Talk out there with a lady named Amy Cuddy. And she talks about how she was super smart. She was 4.0 student, honors classes, was accepted to Harvard. And her entire personality was wrapped up with how smart she was. That's who she was. It's not like an athlete is wrapped up in their athletic, but she was wrapped up in her intellect. She gets in a car wreck at age 18, gets some brain damage, and it takes her about 18 months to get back to where she's a functioning human being again. And Harvard still wants her. Still wants her. She goes to Harvard and she struggles. she struggles and she feels like a fraud. She's sitting in these classrooms and she's, in the bottom half of the students in grades, and her confidence is terrible. So she walks up to the professor afterwards and says, "I'm going to drop out. I don't belong here." And the professor said, "Absolutely not. I'm not going to allow you. You're going to stick it out." So she stuck it out, and then she became an assistant professor, and then she became a professor at Harvard. And in one of her courses that she was teaching, after class, a young girl came up to her and said, "I'm going to drop out of class. I'm not smart enough." And at that moment, she realized it had come full circle, that she had faked it until she made it. As a trader, look, you can't fake results. You can't fake results. Results are the results. But the people who don't quit are the people that win in life. And the one thing I've learned after all these years is that there's an absolute scorecard of effort. Yes, some of us are better genetically at certain aspects of trading and at certain aspects of athletics, and some of us are better looking. Okay, your genetics are your genetics. But outside of that, there's a scorecard of effort, time, and energy. And if you put in the time and energy, you will make it to the end. Based on your genetics is going to be how fast it is. And based on your ability to be introspective and fix your psychological issues, that's going to be a big deal as well, how introspective you can be. But you will absolutely make it. So for this insecurity, I know sometimes our results don't match up with how we feel inside. Meaning, hey, I feel like I'm really getting good at trading. I'm learning a lot, but I'm only break even. I get that all the time at Maverick. It's like, hey, Rob, I'm so much better than I used to be, but I'm just breaking even. Is it even worth it? And I just tell them, look, just keep going. Just keep going. That break even is going to turn into a small gain and then a little bit bigger gain. And at one point, even though you felt like you were faking it as a trader, as a negative trader, a loser, break even, barely making any money, to making a little bit to where it's not really all that meaningful, to then making it, at one point in your life, you will stop and say, "Oh my gosh, I made it." Just keep going.
So send that TED Talk to me now, Rob, if you could, because we're going to air this pretty quickly after we've spoken. That is going to be near the top of your show notes down below, so have a look at that. And I will piggyback off a little bit of something you said there, because this is an episode we did called The Smart Kid, which I think a lot of people listening to this right now can relate to. I certainly can. My entire persona was wrapped around my intellect as well. I really didn't have much else. I was anywhere from average to bad at pretty much everything else. But what was very humbling, and I didn't realize for a long time, that if I really was as smart as I thought I was, and trading will teach you this more than anything, you have the ability to turn your brain off just as well as you can turn it on, because there is a time and a place for both. And if you're as really smart as you thought you were, you'd be able to do that. But a lot of you can't. I couldn't for a long time. And I had to learn by getting punched in the face so many times that the only time this trading worked is when I turned my brain completely off. And that comes with a lot of things we've been talking about in this episode too, Rob, the reps. Having that system behind you, plus reps, and just doing it blindly and dumbly, like a caveman that doesn't know how to do anything else, is going to get you there eventually, whether you end up having huge setbacks or not. It does not matter. So to review the solutions, we have 5. I'll go over the first 4, and we'll finish up with the last one here, Rob. Having a well-back tested system, getting your reps in on that system, expecting the worst and being okay with it, because there's a chance it's going to happen. And if it does, that's fine. Those things historically, in your life, my life, everybody's life, have ended up being a long-term positive anyway. So there's really nothing to fear. And then the last one, fake it till you make it, if you have to. A lot of people do. It works for them, and there's no reason it can't work for you. So the last one here I have, Rob, and I can't remember if I put this here or you put this here, but it's published results. Was that you? If it was you, go ahead and expound on it.
That one was me. And I really think this is all about accountability and about, showing the world that, hey, you're a trader, and to put your results out there and let people roast you, because you'll find that, yes, some people are going to roast you, but you're also going to get a lot of support. There are a lot of people out there that want to support you. And I'm going to tell you just a quick little story about something that happened in my life personally. How there was a guy who started up a podcast. He was in the mortgage business for years, and he started up this financial podcast. Now, I don't really like this guy. So when he started it out and I followed him, he started out with 1 subscriber, 2 subscriber, and he was putting out 3 videos a day, just cranking them out. And I was like, man, this is pathetic. This is sad. I mean, he's 5 months into this and he's got 2 likes on the video and 10 views. This is sad and pathetic. And then the guy just kept going and he kept going and he kept going and he kept going. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's grinding it out. And you know what happened? His like count went higher. His subscribers went higher, and now he's got a very large podcast and large following. Throw yourself out there. Throw yourself out there. Yes, some people are going to, tease you about it, or they're going to say, oh, you're not making it. Just be unabashed out there about it, because the people that stay in the game, and I just heard this quote the other day. I want to say it's from Ken Griffin. He said, being successful is simply staying in the game long enough until you get lucky. He said that's what success in business is staying in the business long enough until you get lucky. Persevere, throw yourself out there, publish your results. I'm telling you, people will get behind you if you go out there. Yes, you're going to get teased at first, just like I looked at this guy and said, oh, what a loser. That's pathetic. You're a grown man and you're doing this. He won me over, and now I am the biggest fan of his about what he's done on his podcast. I can't say anything bad about it, just a round of applause, bravo. So publish those results. Throw yourself out there. Show the world you're a trader. Even though you may not have the numbers, just do it. I'm telling you, people are going to rally around you.
I put a tweet out every year towards the end of January. And I say, however many years ago it was, I started the channel in 2018. So this year I said, 7 years ago, I published 4 trading videos on YouTube. Nobody watched them. I just kept going anyway. This tweet is not about YouTube. Every single year, it's one of my most liked tweets every year. And I just keep doing it. And it illustrates that point, Rob, about your guy. If you just keep doing it, if you actually have something good or you're doing good things, people will eventually support you. Now, the more successful you get, the more haters you will get. That just comes with the territory. Be ready for that too. But for this particular example, when you're trading, yes, you will have a world of support behind you. I find it hard to believe that anybody would come after and roast anybody who's doing poorly, who's just trying to make it in this game and put themselves out there. So you also have that option too. So fear not, traders. We all experience insecurity in some form on this journey, and at different stops in the journey too. Different types of insecurity sometimes. But there are plenty of ways to get over it. Some of these ways are not comfortable. Some of these ways take a little bit of work. Some of these ways take more humility than you're probably willing to put out there because of the insecurity you have right now. But just know they're there, and know that we are behind you as well. And on that note, on behalf of Rob Reinhold, thank you, everybody, for staying with us here at the Trading Psychology Podcast. We'll see you next episode.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every episode, the man who never disappoints. It's Rob Reinhold.
Thanks, Patrick. And that's really setting me up for failure here. I always have a life motto to underpromise and overdeliver. So when you turn out to be average, people are happy about it. They're like, oh my gosh, that was just average. That was just not terrible. So you've really set people up for disappointment in this episode.
We have, so we'll set the bar nice and low. How's that? But before we go forward, what we're starting to do here now is define terms, just so Rob, myself, and you at home are all on the same page when it comes to what we're talking about. So when it comes to disappointment, traders feel disappointment in all different stages of their trading journey, Rob. So what stage of their trading journey in particular are we talking about here?
There is no stage, because every single stage has disappointment. That's kind of like saying, hey, in what stage of life should people worry about disappointment? Disappointment is in every stage of life. In our Trading Psychology podcast, sometimes we get to talk about fun and happy stuff, which those are the best episodes. We love those episodes. But the reality of the Trading Psychology podcast is that this is when you need help when you're in the dumps, when you're down low. When you're riding high, all of our episodes have been like, hey, great job, but don't F it up. Don't get overconfident. Don't do all the dumb things that people usually do. But it's a fun episode, and it's just like, hey, don't screw it up. But most of the time you need psychology help is when you're in the dumps, at the bottom, in this world of disappointment. And in the world of trading, and really in the world of life, you are going to meet disappointment. I don't care who you are. I don't care how old you are. I don't care gender. It doesn't matter. This is part of the journey. Trading is a long and difficult journey. And I remember when I started it in my early 20s, and I thought, hey, I'm going to get this in 3 months, 6 months. And it didn't happen for me as fast as I wanted it to. And it was disappointing to me because I had much higher regard for myself than what was happening. I was still moving, but it wasn't happening fast enough. And I definitely hit some moments of disappointment. And let's talk about these moments of disappointment, because there's a range of disappointments. There's a range of a disappointment like, oh, I missed that entry. Okay, that's a small disappointment. Or I blew up my account and I can't trade anymore. Huge difference in disappointment. So you're going to meet these things of disappointment along the way. You need to be ready for them because they will happen. Some are going to be minor, some are going to be medium, and every one of us, I shouldn't say every one of us, 99.9% of us are going to have a major one or 5 along the way. You have to be ready for this because at these moments, this is when you get tested. I've shared a lot of my experiences here, and I've told the story about how in the fall of 1999, I was absolutely 100% convinced that the .com was in a bubble. 100% convinced. I knew it. So I went short stock called phone.com. I had to stop in, pulled my stop because I didn't want to lose $1,500. And I ended up wiping out 85% of my account. Everything that I'd worked for 2 years, I wiped out in a period of about a month and a half on just one single trade. Just one single trade that I could have taken a $1,500 loss on. Trading has made me cry twice. That was one of them. I had tears. I was so disappointed. Patrick, have you had those moments before?
Yeah, but mine, and I think what probably relates more to Forex traders, and really any kind of traders at this point, if you're doing it in a smart, disciplined way. If you're not, then I can't really speak for that. You all have to go through that point in your life, usually young. But after that, it's more, the disappointment is more like a death by 1,000 cuts type of disappointment, to where you've just been doing all this work in the early stage and then grinding out trading in the later stage, and time has passed. And whether it's a few months, whether it's a couple years even, and you're like, you know what, I'm just not making the positive forward momentum I thought I would be making at this point. We all have dreams, we all have goals, and that's good. But God, it seems like I've put so much in and I'm nowhere close. So what do I do now? What do we do at those particular moments? So, Rob, we have a ton of solutions on this episode. Do you want to add to anything I just said right there before we get into them? I have this anxiety that we have so many solutions to talk about. This could go a while.
Yeah, let's not talk about the possible ways you could be disappointed, because those are endless and those are going to happen in all sorts of different fashions. Let's really just focus on solutions. I think everyone gets the point. Hey, this is going to happen to you. Let's talk about how to get over it.
Yeah, totally in favor of that. And before the solutions, you have written down on our notes here a really nice quote. We should probably go over that part first. I think it's a good lead into the solutions portion of the episode.
Thanks, Patrick. And I heard this quote just a couple months ago. And when I heard it, it just resonated with me so much. And the quote is, "Everyone is jealous of where you are, but nobody is jealous of how you got there." If you really take a look at the path that people have taken, to be successful in a lot of different ways. And, let's just take something like the gym. You go to the gym and you see this, huge muscle guy that weighs 300 pounds and he's got 5% of body fat and he just looks amazing. And that's not everyone's cup of tea. I get it. But let's say that someone says that's what I want to be one day. Do you have any idea of what it takes to get there? I actually knew a bodybuilder personally, a professional one. And in the car when we were driving, he opened up a can of sardines randomly, which is a crime. That's an absolute crime to open up a can of sardines in a car with other people that don't know you're going to open up a can of sardines. And I'm like, "Oh my God, Mike, what are you doing?" He's like, "Sorry, I got to eat." And he went and pounded this can of sardines in the car. It was one of the grossest things I've ever seen. And then after that, he had to do all the stuff. I have never seen so much work. And I remember thinking, oh, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. So it's work. This is one of those things along the way. Disappointment. This is going to happen, but you have to go through it. That's just part of the process.
And I can speak to this quote a bit myself too. Again, the quote is, "Everyone is jealous of where you are. No one is jealous of how you got there." I'm a large YouTuber, and you're going to get a lot of it no matter what you're doing. I even said your YouTube channel could just be posting like cute puppy and kitty videos the whole time, and you're still going to get a ton of haters. Like it's just like, where do these people come from? But I thought about this for a while, then I kind of stopped thinking about it because it's pointless. I always wondered where a lot of this was coming from. Because people cope in different ways. Like for the bodybuilder, for example, people might just assume that he's cheating, that he's on steroids, and that's why he is as big as he is. And with me, it's like, oh, he's scamming, or he's, this is nothing but a front to set up a paid service later, or whatever it is. I've heard everything. I think and I don't want to say this about everybody, but I know that this is just where a lot of general hatred of successful people comes from, is that people are projecting. They wish they were where you were, but they're not. And so instead of one of the solutions we're going to talk about in a moment, their only way of coping with where you are compared to where they are is to project their own insecurities on you, either by making something up or just by, trying to knock you down a peg to bring you back down to their level. And let's just go ahead and start the solutions part of this episode by saying this is absolutely the wrong way to do it. You can use some of this to motivate you, but expressing to the world that you are upset that somebody is up here and you are down there is not one of them. Because, just like the quote says, nobody is jealous of how you got there. I was not only in every early trader's situation at some point, I was arguably worse because I had to invent a system that wasn't even made yet. So I had to build it, test it, go through all the trial and error. And so my curve to actually becoming, consistently profitable took a lot longer than your average person. So I've not only been through it, I've been through more types of disappointment than anybody, and I wanted to have money before my 40s and be able to enjoy my life at a younger age like that. Didn't happen. No regrets. I'm glad it happened, at some point. But, it's when you're in the stew, nobody says anything about you because they don't want to be there. But when you're out of it and you finally made it to the other side, that's where the hate comes from. So, if you have that hate towards anybody, I want you to bottle that up as we move forward because it can actually be useful. But Robert, just for the sake of going in order, let's see. You wrote down the first one here, and you have a good story to go along with this. You've told me the story, so go ahead and kick off the solutions portion, and I'll pick it up from there.
Right. Thanks, Patrick. And, what you just said was so great, meaning like in these moments of disappointment, there's going to come with it frustration and anger. And a lot of the ways people release that is they project it outward and they yell at the world. And I want to just go back to one of the quotes we gave in an earlier episode. Everything that happens to you is your fault, good or bad. That's not true. I know it's not true. I know just shit happens sometimes. But with that attitude, you then start to think about solutions. Well, if it's my fault, well then let me figure out why, or let me figure out how to change it. It's just so much more healthy, even though a lot of things aren't your fault. If you just consider it your fault, it's just a healthier way to do it. So in these moments, this is what we want you to think about, is that when you reach these moments in your life, and it's not even necessarily about trading, but you get to these moments, you're down in the dumps, you've taken like 100 punches to the face, you are down on the canvas, and you're like, I don't even want to get up. What do you do at this point? Well, the first thing you can do is get a win. Getting a win is a huge thing when you're in the dump. And listen, it doesn't need to be a big win, and frankly, it shouldn't be a big win because a big win takes a lot of effort, a lot of risk, and that's the problem. When you're in the dumps, the hardest thing to do is effort and taking a chance. Those are the most difficult things to do. I'm going to tell a little bit of a story here about someone I knew that was really down at the moment. And they just couldn't seem to get anything going, any momentum going. And so they're just like, And I said, look, I know it sounds cheesy, but to me, the fastest way to get a win is to go to the gym. No, look, I'm a big gym guy, so of course this is coming from a biased thing. But just think about when you're in the dumps, when you're down, and I know it's going to be tough to get your body moving, but anything you do to get a win is going to take effort. It's just that's the point of it. It's going to take some effort. If you make some big goal like I'm going to start a business. So let's say there was someone that was having a hard time getting momentum going. They've been hit a couple times and they're like, I'm going to start a multi-million-dollar business. Do you know how much time and effort that takes? That's going to take years and lots of effort. And you're at a place where you are having a hard time putting forth an effort to get out of your bed. That's where you are. So no, you need small wins. You need these small wins. So for me, the gym is one of these things where within a week, maybe 2 weeks, you can actually start to see actual results. And like I said, I know the gym's not for everyone, but just think about what in your life can you get a win, a small win, short term. And maybe it's something even smaller than that. But you have to get the positive feedback loop going, because what's happened is you were in a negative feedback loop. You're now at the bottom. Everything's negative. You've got to get a win.
Okay, so I have to cut in here because you can't see us, but Rob has a mesomorph body and VP has an ectomorph body. VP is what you call a hard gainer. I won't see shit after 2 weeks of working out if I'm starting fresh. But what I will get from that is an even smaller win, but a win nonetheless. One, I generally feel better in every other aspect of life when I go to the gym. Even when I first started, I couldn't explain what it was. I was just like, wow, I don't know if this is because of the gym or because it's a nice day outside. I don't know why I'm feeling this way. But those of you who do this, you feel much better when you do it as opposed to when you don't. Two, the fact that I was somebody who never wanted to go work out and hated it, actually, because I felt insecure in the gym. I always seemed like I was doing it wrong, and what's that going to do to my body? I had all these reasons why I wouldn't go. But just the fact that I went 3 days a week for 2 weeks straight, that's a win. That's a huge win. That's something that your average person just simply does not do. And I did that. So I would always build momentum off that. So I know exactly what you're talking about, Rob. I just don't see results on my body in 2 weeks. I'm over here like, oh my God, that's absurd.
Yeah, so maybe we just throw this whole gym idea out of the way and just talk about physical activity. And let's just use that instead of the gym. To me, I love the gym, so it's easy for me to talk about. But let's just talk physical activity. Let's say you're really down in the dumps and you say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take a 30-minute walk every day. Do you know how much better you're going to feel in a week just from doing that? That's a win. That's a win. You're getting these small wins and you're building that positive feedback loop going to where now it's like, I wanted to quit in trading, but I mean, look at me. I'm walking every day. I'm maybe going to the gym. I've made some changes. I've done some other things. You've got all these other little wins in your life. So when you go back to the world of trading, it's like, hey, I've got some momentum going right now. So it's going to be easier for you to keep going when you want to quit.
That's a really great one too, because I walk every single day, unless the weather is just absolutely terrible. And, maybe in my subconscious somewhere, that's what really keeps me motivated, as somebody who was never motivated in the past when he was younger. Just because I'm getting those small wins every day, and then 3 times a week when I go to the gym. I'm telling you, it really does help. I look back at my friends now, the ones who mostly just, they come home from work and they do pretty much nothing, or they have an online job and they just kind of sit around all day and don't do anything. Like, it really, really shows. They're not doing the things that I'm doing, but I feel like the things that I'm doing, like taking a walk for a half hour a day, really isn't that big of an ask. And I couldn't imagine not doing it. I'm adding years onto my life, and I just feel better, even if it's really hot and sticky outside. That feeling passes after about 5 minutes in the air conditioning. So I like that solution a lot, Rob.
But Patrick, just like in trading, momentum. Momentum in trading, when a trade gets going, and not everyone's aboard it. And then all of a sudden, people see it working. And so more and more people get aboard, more people get aboard. It's exactly how life works with momentum. Right at first, it's like a slow-moving vehicle where it's like hard to get it going, and it's just not really breaking out of the trend, and it's just sluggish. And then all of a sudden, the more the trade goes, the more people are willing to jump on, which is, again, the same thing. The more wins you have, the more willing you are to put in more effort and take on more risk and do all these things, which creates this huge breakout that you can ride. It's the same thing in life.
Agreed. Yeah, momentum begets momentum. So you have to start that ball rolling at some point. So moving on to the next one. This is one that I wrote down, Rob, and we didn't even discuss this beforehand, so I'll bring it up now. So a lot of disappointment comes with you not being in a certain place in your life. All right. My question to all of you is, where did that idea that you're supposed to be at a certain place in life come from? Probably societal programming of some sort. Probably from people you know, but mostly probably from TV, movies, things like that. Like I said, those things really, we're talking about your subconscious again, Rob, those really stick in your subconscious, and you just don't forget them. That's why it's your subconscious. And At the end of the day, you just have to understand, and it took me a while to do this too, because I would always compare myself to other people too, really unjustly, and it put all this pressure on me that just did not need to be there because the race they were running was not the same race I was running. So you guys have to understand too, this very few people trade or try to put systems together and do what we're doing right now. So all you have to do is just, you're running your own race. You're not running anybody else's. So to compare yourself to somebody else who's not running this race with you makes absolutely no sense. And so as soon as I shed that idea from my subconscious, things got a lot better because I'm like, okay, I don't care how well my most successful friends are doing or how that guy I went to high school that's bragging about his success on Facebook is doing. I'm not running his race. I didn't go to an 8-year college, or I didn't have a bunch of funding from my family to start a business. I'm not even running that race. What the hell am I comparing myself to these people for?
I definitely learned that running a prop firm because I know what my version of success is. And I remember years and years ago, I had a trader who was over the moon happy. Over the moon happy. And I remember talking to him being like, I didn't say this, but in my mind, I'm like, I can't really understand why you're so happy because, I'm sending you like $200 a month. And he said, Rob, I've been trying this game for 15 years and I have lost tens of thousands of dollars. I am tickled pink that I am making $200 a month. And that was all they wanted. They wanted to not be a negative trader. They loved trading. They didn't even care. They worked their job for their income and they were perfectly fine working their job, but they just wanted it to make a couple $100 a month. That's it. That's all they wanted. And they were the happiest trader I've ever seen. So yes, make sure again, just focus on what it is you want and ignore the rest.
And I can probably say this with some pretty good confidence. If you are a trader who consistently pulls out a couple $100 USD a month, you are probably in the top 2 to 5% of all traders worldwide. So that's a huge win in itself, and you should be very, very proud of that. That is rarefied air in the trading world. So the next one is one of mine, and I think it's just taking a more of a zoomed out holistic view, Rob, to where, to put it in trading terms, your trajectory in your trading journey is like one big chart going up. We hope it's going up, but it doesn't always go up. It's got tons of retracements in it, sometimes really deep ones. And sometimes you're looking at maybe a 3-year chart. Maybe it's a 5-year chart. Maybe it's a 10-year chart. But if you're putting in the work, it's going to go up if you're doing it the right way. There's just going to be a lot of retracements as you go. And you just have to understand what retracements feel like. They're everywhere. Look at like Bitcoin. When Bitcoin goes down, the whole world gets all poopy about Bitcoin. And there's no bull cases anymore. All the ones you heard back when it was high have gone away and now been replaced with even, doomier cases than you heard before. And then the opposite happens when it's going up. So you just have to understand when you're going through a retracement, the feelings are shitty, always. But they're supposed to be that way. And if you look at that chart, there's going to be a lot more retracements coming, so you better figure out how to deal with it now. And this is, again, my kind of tough love approach to things. You're going to be disappointed a lot there, guy. You better learn how to handle it now, because if you can't just be down in the dumps every single time. It's not going to work. Your gains aren't going to outpace your retracements if you take that approach. You're going to have to figure out a way to do a couple things Rob and I said before. Learn to get those small wins, or stop comparing yourself to other people who aren't relevant. I think if you can at least do step 1 and 2, it'll make those retracements in your overall journey a lot easier to deal with. If you understand that if you just stay the course and you get your wins where you can, that you're probably going back up at some point, even if it's not right away.
Absolutely agree. As long as your chart is in a long-term uptrend, and that is from you being focused, you be willing to put in the work, and you having a good attitude, success happens. Success is a formula. Time and effort is the formula of success.
And what do we say? Remember the parlance we talk about here. Your chart going up is not your account going up. It's you becoming a better trader. If you do that, everything else will take care of itself. So for those who are kind of new to the show, what do we mean by that? We mean in your journal, are you making less mistakes than you were before? That's the only metric you really need to be looking at. It's hard because that's not how everybody else looks at it. But that's why most people don't make it, because they're not looking at the right things. So again, you got to be looking at the right thing. You got to be running the correct race. And the race we run here is having the amount of mistakes you make end up becoming smaller and smaller and less frequent. If you have a good system, and you have a good system, and it works backwards and forwards, that's really the only race left to run. And if you win that one, you're going to be fine.
And thank you so much for saying that. Your trading chart is not your account balance. It's not. Your life chart is not your net worth. Do you know how much goes into happiness in life? Do you know how much net worth contributes to your happiness? Not much. Not much. So yeah, stop looking at the numbers. That's a great thing. Okay, the next thing on the list, and I'm putting this as someone who would never do this personally. Talk to somebody else about your feelings. Okay, this is not me. Look, if I could go back and give myself advice, and I've said this in this podcast, my younger self would tell me to F off. If tomorrow's Rob was here telling me, hey, do you want to talk about your feelings? I'd say, get out of here. I don't care. I'll figure it out. So this isn't my personality. If it's not your personality, go ahead and ignore this. But for some people, this is absolutely a part of your personality, and you need to get this out. So if you have someone that's close to you, talk to someone. One of the things I've read about, I haven't used it yet, but I'm a huge AI fan. AI is now my entire personality, Patrick. It's so annoying. That's all I can talk about. It's like the Bitcoin guys. It's like the finance bros that all they can talk about is crypto. That's me with AI, and I hate it about myself, but I also love it. Use ChatGPT or AI as your therapist, as someone to talk to. I've read a lot of stories where people are basically either replacing or supplementing their therapy sessions with AI. And the best thing about it is AI is there when you need it. Instead of having to call for an appointment or like call a friend or like, hey, my friend's busy. They're going through their own stuff right now. I can't call them and dump my stuff on them. Use AI. It's great. I've heard a lot of people have a lot of success using it as someone to talk to and someone to process through your thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, there's a whole generation now that's using AI for pretty much everything, including that. The guy who cuts my hair in the location I'm in right now, 24-year-old Venezuelan immigrant. And he says, oh, yeah. No, I asked him if he had the app. We're talking about translation and how that works compared to Google Translate. He's like, oh, no. He goes, ChatGPT, that's my best friend. I tell it everything. And I'm like, that's probably pretty common amongst people your age these days. And it makes a lot of sense. I'm a lot like you, Rob. If somebody said, 20 years ago, hey, if you're having problems, come talk to me. I think I can help. I would be like, no way I'm talking to you about my problems. I am the most strong-willed person I know. I am the most emotionally strong and stable person I know. And then a half hour later, I would go to the bar and drink my problems away. You don't understand it at the time. But yeah, there's no shame in needing help. And usually the ones that don't think they need it are the ones who actually need it the most.
And AI is such a non-threatening way. I mean, the reason why, and I'm going to use men. I know there's some women in here that are going to relate, but men, we have a hard time talking to people. I have a very hard time talking to people. And I just think that, I don't want to call it shame, but just that pride alone is a real obstacle for me to get over. I would totally get on ChatGPT when I was down and talk with it. I would totally do that now. And I wish I've had that for most of my life, because there were some moments where I really could have used it.
Yeah, same here. So, if you don't go that route, I think, well, the good thing about this show, Rob, is we do bring some things to the table that AI is not going to bring to the table. And this one idea here, I think, works really well. If you're experiencing this self-doubt as a result of the disappointment you're feeling in your overall trading, understand a couple things. One, even really dumb people make it. And we've seen this everywhere in social media. You sit there and look at somebody, you're like, how on earth did that guy make it? And I'm still sitting here clipping coupons for 50 cents off a bag of potatoes. Like, wow, in what world does this happen? And this goes back to what I talked about at the top of the show, Rob, to where Andrew Tate said it really well. He says, get mad. One of the best ways to become successful is get mad. Why does that guy have what he has and I don't? There's no way this should happen. I'm smart. I work hard. I'm a good person. I pray. I should have good things coming my way, yet I don't. Well, the big difference between you and that guy you keep trying to hate on is they actually put in the work. And as we talked about, they didn't just snap their fingers and get there. It took a long time, more often than not. So if you're looking for if you're looking for something to propel you out of a rut, simple dislike. It's not really hatred of this particular person. It's hatred of where you are in life and where you think you should be. I think, because I've experienced this many, many times, Rob, we talked about this too, as the smart kid growing up who was waiting tables well into their 30s and making less money every year as time went on. I felt this a lot, and it really was the one thing that not only got me to put my system together and from scratch, by the way, and become a profitable trader, but to also put it out there to the world, and just kind of, let's see what this does. Only good things can come out of this, right? Let's put it out there. Very few people take that step. But if I didn't have that fear mixed with hatred when I was in a bad spot, I don't think any of those two things would have ever happened. So I used those negative emotions that I was feeling as a propellant, as a positive, I guess. And I think a lot of people here probably feel those at some point towards somebody. Like they look at somebody and like, why on earth is this guy living it up and I'm not? Or why is this person at a certain place in this field and I am not? That has to grate on you at sometimes. And rather than get all mopey about it, use that as fuel. I always have. And I'm telling you, and the reason why I'm like so passionate about this is because I really did feel this way about a lot of people I saw online who looked like they were doing really well. And I'm like, these guys are bums. What they're doing just doesn't seem sustainable to me. Like, I can't believe it's working this well. So if it's working for them, it's got to work for me. Not only that, it's going to work better. And so that's how I took almost kind of being, I hate to say it, being a hater in a way, because I wasn't doing it verbally. I wasn't shit posting, but I did feel it. And man, did that get me through.
Becoming successful out of spite is an all-time power move, and I love it. There's been moments in my life when I was down and I couldn't get the momentum going. And the only thing that got me going was rage and anger. And I was like, F this, I'm pissed. Use it. Use it, embrace it. Don't be a dick. Don't go out and trash people, as we said earlier. Keep it all internal. Fuel that. Use that fuel, that fire, that anger. Use it if you can channel it successfully into action.
So to recap our solutions portion, it is 1, get small wins. 2, stop comparing yourself to people you don't need to be comparing yourself to because their race is not your race. 3, understand that if you're doing it right, your trajectory is upwards. It just has a lot of retracements and you're in a retracement. 4, if you need help, get help. Even ChatGPT, which is free, is right there for you. And 5, am I going the right way? Do I have the right amount? 5, Understand that even dumb people make it, and if dumb people make it, you can too. And if your hatred of them, even though that's a negative emotion, is enough to fuel you, then by God, let it fuel you. So, on that note, Rob, we have one quote at the end. It's a quote from me, but I threw it to you, and you're like, I like that quote. I think we should end the show with it. And the quote, I guess I just come up with it, is, you're only a failure if you quit too early. And I want to go back to the episode we did. And if you like this episode, traders, you need to go back and listen to the episode called When to Quit. Because there is an appropriate time and place to do that, sometimes for some people. But for most people, it is not. And this applies to everything. This applies to holding on to a stock or a crypto. You only lose if you gave up too early and dumped it. And this is something the majority of people, especially in crypto, I know this, actually do all the time. But if you just held through all the good and bad, as long as it wasn't a really dumb crypto, you probably did pretty well. You're probably doing pretty well right now. I teach this on my investing podcast. And the same goes with life. So many people, Rob, that could have been really great traders simply didn't, because they just quit too early, or they quit the second things were going wrong. We talked about this in the past too, that you build yourself up to think you're just going to succeed all the time. The moment you don't, a lot of people just give up, which I think is absurd. But honestly, traders, that guy who quits at the first sign of drawdown, at the first sign of doubt, at the first account they blow up, that's your competition at the end of the day. So if you can just simply not be that guy, I like your chances.
Yeah, totally agree. And go watch that episode, When to Quit. It's got some of my favorite content in there. I made my kids listen to a podcast called The Upside of Quitting. It's a Freakonomics podcast. I highly recommend it. It talks about, in some points, it's really good to quit. And so we cover that in that episode.
But just know, traders, those times are very few, very far between, and very specific to certain people. For the most part, if you're feeling disappointment right now, it is completely normal. And how you handle it, not only now, but every other time it happens, because there's going to be a lot of times where it happens in your trading journey, is going to mean everything. So refer back to this episode if you have to. But I want to thank all of you for joining us here on the Trading Psychology Podcast. Rob and I will both see you in the next episode.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every episode, he doesn't get mad, he gets even. It's Rob Reinhold.
That is actually pretty true. That is a pretty true statement you just made.
And I just want to remind everybody, as I do from time to time, that every episode of the Trading Psychology Podcast is brought to us by Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies, the best prop firm in all of the world. Make sure you're checking them out by clicking the links down below, along with some of my links that I have even further. If you're looking for a great Forex broker or a great crypto broker or a great DeFi trading platform, we got you covered top to bottom.
Hey, Patrick, we didn't talk about this before, but I actually want to make this quick little announcement. Maverick Trading, we've been doing this since 1997, and we've made some changes over the years, but for the most part, we've always pretty much run the same. It's like, hey, you're either going to come aboard with us or you're not. We have recently announced a junior membership, an associate membership, which is a lower price point to get in. You start with a little bit less capital. But if price was one of the things holding you back from joining Maverick Trading and Maverick Currencies, I highly recommend you go back, check out our new associate level memberships, and see if that works for you.
That is really big. I did not know that.
Just this week. Just this week.
Oh, just this week. Okay, because upfront cost was one of the biggest deterrents for most people joining Maverick, if we're being honest. Maverick is on the high end for good reason, but that is quite a deal. If you have a link of any type that can direct people straight to that, Rob, let me know, and I'll make sure we put it down in the show notes. But moving on, I don't think we've really focused in on anger, Rob. And what we do here is we focus in on emotions because emotions can and often are very negative towards your overall trading. So what we do is we identify them, we talk about how they may be affecting you, and then usually provide a solution towards the end. I don't think we've really gone over anger, at least specifically. And so I think it's a good time to do it. But we need to define terms first, as we always do here. First of all, it doesn't mean getting angry when you trade. I think we've already kind of covered that, when trades don't go your way or if you mess up or something like that. That's not what this podcast is going to be about. It's going to be a bit more zoomed out. And what I want to talk about here, Rob, is getting angry if you're not progressing the way you think you should, or getting angry at other people who are already where you want to be and may have gotten there quicker, or may have gotten there in a very, very short amount of time, which we can touch on as well. Those are mainly the two things I want to talk about. Do you have anything to add or amend to what I just said there, Rob?
I would just like to add that everything we talk about in this podcast is about how to stay in your prefrontal cortex. Your prefrontal cortex is where you make logical and reasonable decisions. And everything that comes up in trading psychology is about emotions. And we talked about this in the very first 1, 2, 3 episodes. We talked about how we always hear these things called, anger. We've named this thing anger. Do you know what it actually is? It's chemicals swirling in your brain that are there for a reason to make it to where you no longer use your prefrontal cortex that takes about 4 seconds to spool up. And you start to use some of your other parts of your brain, your primal parts of your brain, that make decisions instantly. So I really want to get deep back into the chemistry of emotions and make you understand that, okay, everything you do is an reaction of these chemicals in your body. The only way we can have a chance is to be self-aware and to realize, these emotions, these chemicals are going to cause me to have negative reactions that are going to be harmful to my trading results. You need to figure out how to limit those, how to manage those, and how to handle those. That's the hardest part of being a trader. The charts are a piece of cake. This is where all the work is put in.
Yeah, so I was inspired to make this episode by an email I got a little while back. And of course, I will not mention their names. I don't do that. But they said, they kind of asked me, how do I deal with this specifically? He didn't want to bring this up to anybody else. But he said that he gets really angry that certain people are successful traders and he is not. And people are making prop firms, which has always been his dream, and he has not done it yet. And he feels like it's getting in the way of his trading. So what should he do? And now usually if somebody asks me a question, I just try to answer them back and kind of be done with this. But I wanted to dig a bit deeper into what was going on here. And so we'll get into that in a moment. But one of the things I said is the first thing is to stop getting upset at successful people in general. That is a hater trait. Haters do not make money. Now, I don't know if that is the direction he was going with this. I don't know if successful people generally make him upset. But I told him, first off, make sure that this is not the mind frame you're in. Successful people should motivate you. On top of that, especially, and I hate to say this, in the Forex world still, a lot of people who you see, for example, getting interviewed on some of these podcasts and especially some of these YouTube channels, some are way worse than others, they're not successful traders. They're either lying or they caught lightning in a bottle somewhere and they did really well and now they have money for the first time, and like an idiot, the first time they get money, they get rid of it by spending it on silly things, and now they have these silly things and they want to talk about those silly things. And that makes people angry. They're like, well, how did this guy in 1 year or 2 years go from zero to super successful? And now he has, this really nice car and this nice watch and all this. One, Most of that is window dressing. Most of that is probably fugazi. I'm not going to sit here and say that all of them are, because that's me being a hater. That's me saying that, this cannot possibly happen. However, I will say that I really, really doubt it is at all sustainable. You just can't have that level of crazy lightning a bottle success all the time. I would love to see them check in with some of these people a year, maybe 2 years later. I bet you the story would be a bit different.
And Patrick, let me jump in and also talk about this. If you were to take all of the successful traders, again, verified successful traders in the world, and you plotted them on a dot plot, you would get a regular distribution of, 68% of the population is within one standard deviation of the mean, 95% was 2 standard deviations. You are always going to have the 2.5%. Again, this is 3 standard deviations. That's going to be 2.5%, so half of 5%. 2 standard deviations above the mean. Those people are going to happen, and it's just the same thing as lottery winners. You take all the people that played the lottery, you're going to find out some people won a little bit, some people won a moderate amount, some people won a ton. But for the vast majority, again, it's just going to be the bell curve. So when you go out and you see these people who are maybe at the far end, above 2 standard deviations of the mean, there's something about them that got them there. And yes, they probably had a bunch of luck along the way. But understand that there's lots of successful people a little bit below them and even more below them. So I wouldn't hold anyone up as an idol who has made it, because again, you're always going to get those lottery winners. That's just part of the standard deviations. Really, you want to just focus for what you can do, which is be in the meaty end of the curve where you're profitable. Maybe you're not driving Ferraris or Lamborghinis, but you're right there. That's a much healthier place to shoot for.
Right. And again, I wasn't putting this on the guy who emailed me, but I do know that the reason why a lot of these podcasts and YouTube channels are as successful as they are is because this actually is people's dreams. And I think the majority of those people are quite young. They're very heavily influenced, especially by Instagram nowadays. I think that particular archetype of person is now so coveted. The person that, who looks really good and drives a nice car and has enough money to do whatever they want. They're such outliers, but this has all of a sudden become what a lot of young men especially want to be. And we could do a whole other podcast on just how foolish and unrealistic this is, and how that is not a path to happiness. But if that is for you, just understand that you can feel however you want to feel. But this business is not like that. This business at the real successful levels does not churn out people like that. They churn out a very different type of person. This person is very disciplined. They probably don't spend a lot of the money they make. I can't speak for some of the people, at the very top levels of this game, Rob, but I will bet you that this is probably a bigger problem than we understand, especially now with the levels of social media that we have.
Yeah, the high-earning traders that I personally know are very humble. And look, I know you get the loudmouth jerk every now and then that does have the track record and likes to show it off. But for the most people with real big accounts, they keep that really quiet into themselves.
Yeah, and once you get the battle scars in this game, that it's not a quick path to success at all. That part is completely unrealistic. And catching lightning in a bottle is not success. It's like you said, Rob, it's luck, nothing more. And it's not sustainable. So I guess this is our long way of saying, just get that part out of your head immediately. But back to the anger part of it. Anger can, in my opinion, be a great motivator, depending on how you're using it. How we just described, that's a terrible way to use anger. But if I can say, at least in the broadcasting space, Rob, that I, as a YouTuber, I would see people making very basic price action videos that really brought nothing to the table, and the Forex world just gobbled them up. And I'm like, what? It just made me, it made me angry that this type of material was getting the attention it was getting. But at the end of the day, I wasn't mad at the guy. I was almost kind of, in awe of the guy who got up every day and put that material out there. I'm like, you know what? I need to do that, but I think I can do it in a much better way. So that anger really motivated me more than anything. But don't get me wrong, it was anger. I was mad that these people were getting airtime and that I wasn't, even though I felt like I had something so superior to bring to the world. And honestly, maybe if I didn't, because at first I was kind of on the fence of whether I should even, share my system. A lot of people who have really great systems don't like to share them, and that's fine. And I was really on that fence. But once I saw what was going out there in the media world, I really felt like I had to make that move. So Rob, did you have anything like when you were younger, maybe trading or before you started the firm, that motivated you to either take your trading further or motivated you to start the firm based on what you were seeing in the past, and something that might have like really rubbed you the wrong way and you felt like you could have done a lot better?
Patrick, I'm going through all my memories, and when I started back in 1997, there were no gurus. There were no YouTube videos. There were no people saying, buy my course. That just didn't exist at all. So, I call it the Stone Ages of trading, where it kind of like we were all in it together figuring it out. Back in 1997, there were a few books about trading, and the trading systems were really not that great. So, no, for me, it was a totally different experience getting into this, as like looking around like, hey, do you know what you're doing? Not really. Do you know what you're doing? Not really. Hey, let's figure it out together. So that was really my experience getting into this business. But I do have to say, with anger, I love getting angry. Now, I'm a very mellow person, and I have a very good control of my temper. And in fact, I really don't even have a temper. I've lost my temper like 2 or 3 times in my lifetime, to where I felt like I couldn't control my actions because of the emotions and chemicals swirling in my brain, like 2 to 3 times in my entire life. Running a prop firm, there's a lot of wheels turning all the time, and there's a lot of things that need to be constantly updated and changed and done. And whenever I get mad, I actually really like it because shit gets done. And what happens is it makes me make changes of all the things that have kind of been bugging me, but it weren't bad enough. Then I got mad about it, and then I said, screw this, I'm making these changes. And it was always for the better. So I like when I get mad. It spurs me on to do positive things. I think it's just a very useful emotion if handled correctly.
And I agree. And I think this is a great transition to this next portion here, because I think what's really going on a lot of the times, and I think at the end of the day, this is what was going on with me, is that I wasn't mad at other people. I was really angry at myself for not taking the action I needed to take. I was mad at myself for maybe not being as disciplined as I could have been while creating my own system. Because, like I said before, it took me a much longer time than it does most people because I was creating the damn thing. But it was coming along. There's times where it came along really slow. And those always seem to be the times where I would look out and see people being successful and really get angry. But at the end of the day, I was mad at myself for not moving forward the way I thought I should have. So getting angry at yourself is, I think, like you said, Rob, that's almost a hidden superpower. And I think that's a really good thing. Just understand where that anger is being directed. I think most people who hate on other people are projecting their own anger about themselves towards other people, or their own lack of self-worth towards other people. Just one, identify where it's coming from. And two, kind of get happy about that, because anger, especially when you're getting mad at yourself, that's deep-rooted. That is something that you can use every single day. That's not a fleeting emotion that just, it's there sometimes and sometimes it's not. If you have a deep-rooted anger in your lack of ability to get things done, I mean, as long as it's not manic, or way over the top, I think it can really, really work in your favor.
Absolutely. And look, this entire podcast series that we've done has been all about being self-aware. Your chemicals in your body, You think you're in control. You think you're making rational decisions. You're not. The chemicals swirling in your body are going to alter the decisions you would have made had you not had those chemicals. To just be self-aware that you have them is like 90% of the battle of trading psychology. Just to fully recognize, oh, I really need to be watching out for these emotions or these thoughts. And I've told the story before. I used to have all of these stickers around my computer monitor that basically had all the negative thoughts. Like, hey, if you're thinking this to yourself, here's a sticker that says, "Don't be an idiot. Don't do this when you think this." I would write that stuff on my monitor, so I'd have to look at it and be like, "Oh, that's what I'm feeling right now." Like, "Oh, I want to average into a losing position. I want to double up on a losing position." Well, that feeling, it wasn't a rational thought. It was an emotional thought. Even though I thought it was rational, it was emotional. So to even recognize that, oh, I'm thinking this, that means these chemicals are swirling in my brain and I've got to detach. I've got to get away from this situation or else I'm going to make a mistake. Self-awareness is just everything. And if you can turn anger into a positive thing, it's going to be a superpower for you.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you and I both agree on here, Rob, is to not externalize it towards other people for a couple reasons. One, like I've said in past episodes, you have to run your own race. You can't run other people's races. That's absurd. That great-looking guy on Instagram with a nice car and girls and clubs every night, that's not my race for sure. It never was. Those were never the things I really wanted. Now, even if it was, I can't run that guy's race for him. I must run my own. So instead of externalizing, I need to internalize that anger and use it as a fuel. That's really where I think this comes into play. So if you're feeling anger in your daily life because of your lack of success or because of somebody else's success, which you feel is undeserved, one, that's completely normal. I don't think I'm talking to a dead audience here. I think this is pretty common out there. Two, this can really be something useful that you can internalize and use every single day to motivate you, because let's be honest, the majority of us lack motivation on a daily basis. Your average person is tremendously unmotivated. So use whatever's there. It might already be there, and you might be able to use it. Now, Rob, to kind of wrap this up, what I later found out about this person, if you want kind of an epilogue here, is it was absolutely this person's fault that he wasn't successful. He had back-tested one system that he liked and was trading with it and just was not currently successful with it. He did it all of one time, and I think he had been doing it for under a year. The whole thing, back-testing, forward-testing, all of it. He was very new in all of this, so he had a very unrealistic time frame, which a lot of people do, I've noticed. I've had people come back at me and say how much my system doesn't work after like 1 or 2 years of testing and trading. I'm like, well, okay, that's not the shortest amount of time, but that's not the longest amount of time either. And how are other people successful with it and you're not? I would like to know more. So with this guy, I dug further. This person was also not keeping a journal. And you and I have talked probably every other episode in this entire podcast series about how keeping a journal is critical. He wasn't doing it. This person was also young, which I suspected. He came from a successful family, which I didn't even have to ask him. He told me that on his own. And he was American, which, we just have a cultural system where there's a lot of pressure, especially on young men, to be successful. So after I found all of these things out, this made a lot more sense, and I was much easier able to kind of diagnose his problem, the best way I can as a non-professional, and tell him what he should probably do. What would you make of what I just said right there, Rob? Does it kind of make a lot of sense now? Because there's a little bit of mystery there when I first got the email, because I just didn't have a lot of information. But as I got more, it started to make all the sense in the world.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense to me. And the biggest one is when you said that they did not keep a journal. And in my thought, I said, oh, this person still thinks this is about the charts. Because if you don't keep a journal, because a lot of times people say, oh, I don't want to keep a journal. I can just download my trading statements, and that's my P&L is my journal. Boy, if you have that thought, and I'm going to challenge anyone listening to this, if you don't have a journal because you think, what's the point of my journal? I already know my P&L. I can already download my statements. I can already tell you, you don't get this game. You just don't get it. Unless you run a fully automated system. If you run a fully automated system, okay, maybe you don't need a journal. But if you don't run a fully automated system and you think you don't need a journal because you've got your P&L, boy, you don't get trading yet. And you're probably still making some mistakes and you can't figure out why because, hey, the charts are charts. No, you have to keep a journal because that means that journal is there to keep you rooted, keep you focused on your system, keep you disciplined. That's why the journal's there. Who cares if you've logged in your trades or not? Who cares? What's more important is, are you treating this like a business? Are you serious about it? Are you disciplined? And are you willing to pay the price? And then are you learning from your mistakes? So that one right there, not keeping a journal, to me, it was just, of course it failed.
Yeah, I just want everybody to know, too, that success is far from guaranteed in this business. As a matter of fact, that the margin of success is absolutely tiny. Most of you are not going to make it, and that's just how it is. But the people who get the most angry at me are people who have actually put in time, and it still hasn't worked for them. And they'll come on and say, I did everything you said, and it's still not working. And therefore, A, B, C, D, E, and F. But it's interesting, when I dig a little further in, it just goes to show that some of these people aren't even doing the most basic of things. So let that be a takeaway. If you are yourself a no-nonsense Forex trader or whatever system you're trying to follow, make sure you're doing it as to the letter as you can, at least at first. You can make modifications later after you have successfully traded this way. But I'll also say, to end it here, that some of you maybe don't get angry at things like this. You don't fall into this category, and that's fine. There's going to be a handful of you who don't. What I will say is I just received this past week an email from a trader who just ended up joining 2 prop firms, not 1 but 2. And he wanted to be on my testimonials board because if you don't know where this is, it's nononsenseforex.com/testimonials. He would look at all the people who had become prop traders by trading my system, and he would look at it all the time because it would motivate him. And he said, one day I will be up on that board. And this week he is. I just put him up. So good job. You know who you are. You can go see who this is on the board if you want. But that is another way. If you don't have a lot of anger in your heart and in your soul, that's fine. I envy you because I do get it from time to time. But you can really use the success of others to also as that fuel. If you don't have the superpower of residual anger, you can also use other people's success as motivation. And that's kind of the last thing I really wanted to leave everybody with. Do you have anything to close out, Rob?
I really don't. As I said earlier, anger's not really my thing. And, the few times I've felt anger, I now use anger to channel positivity and make changes of things I've known it needed to be changed, but I was just in a comfortable place at the moment. So look, use it. It's going to happen. You can't fight it. And look, not just this, but some people are simply more prone. I have a brother who has always had an anger issue. It has hampered him through his entire life. Now, if he was listening to this, I doubt he's going to listen to it, but if he is, he will be nodding his head. He's like, yep, you're damn right. That's exactly what's happened. He's now in his 50s, and he's really starting to get control of it. And his life is flourishing after getting control of it. It's been a real struggle, and I've always looked at him and said, wow, I'm so glad I don't have that battle to fight. I've got my own battles, but that one's a tough one. We're all on a spectrum from not very angry to very angry. You are where you are. It's genetic. I'm sorry. There's just no way to change that. But if you are on the far end of the spectrum, as far as the anger you feel when things happen to you, it's one of those things that I'm telling you. Yes, for trading, it'll help you in your trading, but oh my goodness, it'll help you in your life. So be self-aware, start working on it, do everything you can to harness that into good. And I'm telling you, you're going to find it to be a superpower.
I agree, and as somebody who has had that spectrum move a bit as I have personally gotten older, and I'm much less angry than I was before, because back then I really had something to prove. And we did a whole podcast on this, Rob, on validation. And once I finally got that validation, a lot of that anger, a lot of that stress, a lot of that just slowly peeled away. And nowadays I shoot for something called outcome independence, to where no matter what happens out in the world, it doesn't really affect me because I know I'm going to be okay. Now, getting that validation and also achieving a level of financial freedom also goes toward that. So if that's going to be your motivation too, and you want to get rid of some of that anger, it will go away once you get there in part. Like Rob said, some of it might be genetic, but some of it is where you are in life and how things affect you. There's an old saying out there that says, when you're poor, everything's a crisis. And I think anybody who's been poor or broke can attest to that. So just know, it does get better, but while you have that anger in you, by God, use it, and use it for the forces of good. It can be a fantastic motivator, and we hope to see you at the top. So on behalf of Rob Reinhold, this is VP. Thank you for joining us here at the Trading Psychology Podcast. We will see you next week.
Goodbye, everybody.
This is the Trading Psychology Podcast. This is VP, creator of No Nonsense Forex and author of the book No Nonsense Forex Trading Psychology. And with me, as he is every episode, he spells ambition with an S for some reason. I don't know why, but it's Rob Reinhold.
My ambition is to become a better speller, obviously. I think you could spell it with an S if you wanted to. Wrong, but you can do it.
You can do anything you set your mind to, and that is a big theme for this week's episode, if it wasn't already obvious. But Rob, this is your Frankenstein. This is your creation. So I don't know. You start off. Do we have to define terms here? I think we typically start by doing that, but I feel like this one's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I don't think we should waste anyone's time. Everyone knows what this is.
So here's what we will do. Let's go ahead and talk about a little bit of an origin story here. Rob, let's go ahead and start with you. I mean, were you just ambitious like you are now since you came out of the womb, or what is your origin story as it applies to ambition overall?
Wow, I've never done an origin story. This sounds like a villain origin story. Like, how did you get to where you are with, like, you had a good childhood? Just kidding. Okay, the answer is yes. I have always been ambitious. But, when you look back in your early teens, we can't remember really much before our early teens, but our early teens are where we start to be able to collect those memories of what we were like. As a teenager, it's tough to say